Why? You don't dare to make a move. If that's the case, take your people and scram. Scram back to your nest. If you dare to take another step into the human city, I'll directly kill you. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. He didn't back down at all. He was now the guardian of the human race. He had to use a strong stance to repel the 10,000 ancient races in order to ensure the safety of the human race. Boz. Kid, you're too arrogant. On the Jade Lake side, the 10 primordial saints didn't say anything. However, a cold and dignified voice sounded from extremely far away. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart and the great Tao descended. A figure soared into the sky. A terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Another saint had awakened. Sensing the extremely powerful Saint Might and Laws in the sky, everyone exclaimed. Needless to say, this was a saint of the 10,000 ancient races. Whoosh whoosh. After the first saint, a few more figures soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the Jade Lake. Soon, 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of their auras was powerful. They were even more terrifying than the primordial saints from before. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake were terrified. Lin Xian also frowned. The situation wasn't good. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were using their trump cards again. Indeed, Lin Xian discovered that the 8 figures that came this time were very strange. Their bodies still existed in the deity crystals. In other words, these 8 saints hadn't come out of the deity crystals. However, the auras on their bodies were incomparably terrifying. Their gazes were extremely cold. They were like divine swords that emitted such terrifying power without coming out. Once they came out, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Needless to say, these people were extremely terrifying existences. In the Saint realm, they were extremely terrifying. As expected, facing the 8 saints in the deity crystals, the 10 primordial saints quickly bowed. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more terrified. These 8 were definitely extremely terrifying patriarchs. Kid, do you really think you can contend against the primordial race? Today, we'll let you know the true power of an extreme weapon. The 8 patriarchs snorted coldly. Their auras also erupted. This time, the 10,000 dragons picture spun once again. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire world. Not good. The human cultivators had originally seen hope, but now, they were in despair. The 10,000 ancient races' trump cards were simply too powerful. Lin Xian also frowned. Just now, he had used too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul to receive the Emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Now, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul was extremely weak. Would he be able to withstand this attack? He didn't know, but no matter what, he had to resist. What, do you think the human race doesn't have anyone? Just as Lin Xian was about to fight to the death, a voice also came from the distant sky. The sky flickered with golden light, quickly covering the entire sky. The 10,000 dragons picture shook, and a terrifying dragon aura surged. It turned into a huge dragon that danced, resisting the golden light. In an instant, the 2 sides were evenly matched. What's going on? Is this kid playing tricks? They stared at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian also had a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura. Could it be that the human race's extreme weapon had awakened? The primordial saints and the 8 primordial patriarchs all had ugly expressions. If that was really the case, then things would be terrible. The Jade Lake sacred ground, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, and the other saints were also puzzled. What a terrifying aura. It wasn't weaker than an extreme weapon. Chapter 2878. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron. The Void Mirror. Or the dragon-wending cauldron. But that wasn't it. They sensed that it wasn't an extreme weapon they were familiar with. Could it be that there was an unknown extreme weapon in the world? Everyone cried out in alarm. The human race had regained hope. Lin Xian also turned his head to look into the distance because he heard the 9-Sun Sword Saint say, "It's here. It's finally here." What was it? Lin Xian didn't know. Could it be that the foundation of the human race had appeared? He remembered that the 9-Sun Sword Saint had said that the foundation of the human race was beyond the imagination of the 10,000 ancient races. Perhaps that unknown foundation had appeared now. Golden light covered the sky. The 9 heavens and 10 earths also urged the aura of the great emperor to resist the 10,000 dragon diagram. From within the golden light, a figure descended. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw this figure. The human race cultivators were also puzzled. Who was this person? Was this old man unfamiliar? They had never seen him before. However, Li Xuanxian and the others cried out in alarm. "Greetings, old palace master." What? Could it be that he was the previous palace master of Immortal Palace? Heavens, the palace master of Immortal Palace was actually a saint. They cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also shocked. That's right, the old man who had come was none other than Xia Jiuyo. "Who are you?" The Archean saint of the Fire Qilin cave shouted coldly. "Xia Jiuyo." The old man said indifferently. "Humph, never heard of him." The Archean saints snorted coldly. The sacred leaders and sect masters were also puzzled. However, the 7 saints of the human race changed their expressions. They thought of a person and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, it couldn't really be him, right? It was very likely that other than him, who else had such means to block the 10,000 dragon diagram? The saints quickly conversed, and the sacred leaders felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that this old man had a great background? Xia Jiuyo said in a deep voice, 10,000 ancient races, you've gone too far. Could it be that you want to start another dark upheaval? I advise you to leave quickly and don't cause trouble. Xia Jiuyo's voice wasn't loud, but there was an unquestionable warning in his tone. Leave quickly. Just you. You can also say such things to me. The saint from the Fire Qilin cave sneered. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge Qilin hand and grabbed downwards. He wanted to slap Xia Jiuyo to death. Upon seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. However, Lin Xian's gaze remained calm. He knew that Xia Jiuyo was a saint. They should be able to deal with the current situation. As expected, Xia Jiuyo sighed. Boom! The Qilin's big hand exploded in midair, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was incomparably miserable as his entire arm turned into nothingness. What? The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The humans also felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He knew that Xia Jiuyo was powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. To be able to injure a primordial saint with a single sigh, this method was too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that he isn't any weaker than a large success 9-yang divine body? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the gazes of all the experts in the true spirit world gathered on Xia Jiuyo, wanting to see through him. Damn it, how dare you injure me? The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was furious. The flames on his body surged into the sky as he wanted to attack again. However, he was stopped by a primordial saint. The primordial saint's body was hidden in a divine crystal, but his eyes pierced through the void and stared at Xia Jiuyo. Who are you? I've said it before, I'm Xia Jiuyo. I advise you to quickly retreat and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Humph, do you think you can resist the entire 10,000 ancient races by yourself? You overestimate yourself. Our primordial royal race has revived to rule this land. You humans should move aside. The primordial saint was very powerful. They were even stronger than the primordial saints. Attack! In the next moment, they roared and activated the 10,000 dragons diagram together. The 10,000 dragons diagram rumbled and transformed into 10,000 dragons that rushed in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. Not good. Could it be that they were going to use an apocalyptic attack? If that was the case, the eastern wilderness would fall and all of them would be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. Xia Jiuyo was still fearless in the face of such a scene. Shao Chen waved his hand, and golden light filled the sky. It quickly wrapped around the 10,000 dragons picture, forming a painting. Immediately, the light of the 10,000 dragons diagram was blocked. Damn it, he actually resisted the 10,000 dragons diagram. How was this possible? The 8 primordial saints and the 10 primordial saints were terrified. What was that thing? Laws appeared in their eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, an ancestral saint screamed. The investiture of the gods, it's the investiture of the gods. Where did you get this thing? What investiture of the gods? The primordial saints and human cultivators were confused, but the expressions of the human saints changed drastically. The eyelids of the Western Desert's eminent monks twitched. Could it really be that thing? They were shocked. Xia Jiuyo said indifferently. I got it from the Spirit Mountain. Do you still want to attack? The Spirit Mountain was indeed there. The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple were shocked and chanted Amitabha. The others were puzzled. Master, what was that thing? Yes, was the investiture of the gods very powerful? The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple said in a deep voice. The investiture of the gods was a treasure personally refined by the arch. It was used to seal powerful enemies. What? This was a treasure refined by the arch. Wasn't that an extreme weapon? Everyone was shocked. No wonder it could resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. Was it Donghua the arch? The saints were shocked. The eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple nodded. Yes, it was Donghua the arch. Donghua the arch had refined the investiture of the gods and sealed a peerless enemy in the Spirit Mountain. After countless years, that powerful enemy had probably turned into ashes. However, the investiture of the gods had been passed down. However, that wasn't the arch weapon. No one could touch it. They didn't expect that Xia Jiuyo would use it to resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. This Xia Jiuyo was really terrifying. His strength definitely far surpassed that of a saint. Yes, he could actually use the investiture of the gods. This strength was heaven-defying. Donghua the arch. The human cultivators discussed animatedly. There weren't many legends about this the arch, so they didn't know much about him. They knew about Celestial Emperor Yi, the Void Emperor, and the others. However, the Yi family saint said that Donghua the arch was very terrifying. His might shook the world, and he cared about the common people. When the Yi family celestial emperor was young, he received the teachings of Donghua the arch. That was why he could become a celestial emperor. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Even celestial emperor Yi received the inheritance of Donghua the arch. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying existence. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was rumored that he had already ascended to immortality. Such a brilliant figure was actually a disciple of Donghua the Great. One could only imagine how terrifying Donghua the Great was. Chapter 2879. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The primordial sages gritted their teeth. The 8 ancestral patriarchs sneered. Do you think we can't do anything just because you blocked the 10,000 dragons portrait? Do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? They exuded a cold aura. Attack! Kill them. Kill all the human powerhouses in the Jade Pool. I want to destroy the human race. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, Old Xia, do it. Although the other party had 8 ancestral patriarchs, with his and Xia Zhuyo's strength and the 7 saints, they should be able to fight against them. No hurry. Seeing Xia Zhuyo smile, Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that someone else is coming? Indeed. Not long after, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Riding a sword and riding the wind, I'll eliminate the demons between heaven and earth. All demons submit to me, Zhijiangxian. His voice sounded extremely carefree and at ease. Everyone was shocked. It was probably another peerless powerhouse that had descended. On the human side, the saints were stunned. Lin Xian also widened his eyes. Could it be? He trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone with a cold light. In the Jade Pool, the dark red divine dragon also muttered softly. No way, is that guy here? Damn it, if it's really him, I have to make him return my dragon essence. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were also red. He thought of someone. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Wine Lord, is that you? Whoosh! A sword light streaked across the void, and an immortal sword bloomed. On the immortal sword, a man in a long robe was half lying in the void. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and his eyes were a little drunk. Little guy, well done. The man shook the wine gourd and said with a smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was stubble on his face. He looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were like stars. Everyone knew that this was a super powerhouse. However, what shocked everyone even more was that this super expert was actually related to Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is really... They were shocked beyond belief. Xia Zhuyo, who had just come out, was Immortal Palace's old palace master, while Lin Xian was the current palace master. There was no need to talk about their relationship. This new Zhijiangxian seemed to be very powerful. Moreover, it seemed to be related to Lin Xian. Just who was this Lin Xian? All of a sudden, they began to speculate about Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people thought. At this moment, he only had Wine Lord in his eyes. He was extremely excited. Wine Lord, is it really you? That's great. I thought I would never see you again. How could that be? Wine Lord laughed. As I said before, when you grow up, we will fight side by side. As he spoke, he threw the gourd over. Try it, this is my newly brewed spirit wine. Lin Xian took it and drank 3 mouthfuls. Then, he said, awesome. Wine Lord, let's fight side by side. Tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed from his body. Although he could no longer use the power of laws after resisting the extreme weapon, the power of his great success divine body was enough to suppress everything. On the other side, the primordial saints and ancestors had gloomy expressions. In the blink of an eye, the other party had sent 2 super powerhouses. This was truly beyond their expectations. However, a primordial ancestor from the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. It was just 2 powerhouses, how could they contend against them? The 8 primordial elders were powerful, and they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Who said that there were only 2 of them? Wine Lord drank and said with a smile, don't worry, I'll use your blood to brew a pot of good wine later. His eyes lit up. Courting death. The primordial saints and ancestors were furious. The other party actually wanted to use their blood. They were overestimating themselves. Wishful thinking. At the same time, they were shocked. Could it be that more human powerhouses had arrived? Why were there so many human powerhouses? One had to know that the saints of the extreme Tao sacred grounds were suppressed by the myriad dragon's portrait. Could it be that those saints had also awakened? Patriarch, what should we do? The saints asked. Investiture of the gods. The primordial ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. If not for the investiture of the gods, they could have used the myriad king's portrait to kill the other party. But now, their 10,000 dragons' portrait was sealed. Damn it. Let's see what they're capable of. An ancestor walked out. This was the ancestor of the southern sea crocodile god race. He was extremely terrifying. He transformed into a gigantic crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long. He blotted out the sky and the sun as he pressed down. His power of laws could directly obliterate a saint. It was too terrifying. The cultivators of the Jade Lake were terrified. These primordial ancestors were truly terrifying. The ancestor of the southern sea crocodile god race charged towards Wine Lord in the sky. Die for me. Terrifying might surged outwards, forming a divine spear that pierced forward. His attack could kill a saint. Facing such a terrifying attack, Wine Lord was still lying lazily on the flying sword. He glanced indifferently and then waved his finger. Buzz! Circles of black runes flew out from his hand and flickered in the sky. Then, they suddenly expanded and turned into a black hole that spread forward like an abyssal beast that was devouring everything. With a boom, the terrifying divine ability was devoured. Not only that, but the southern sea crocodile god race's ancestor also screamed in fear. Damn it, get lost. He realized that the black hole had also enveloped him. A mere spatial power was not worth a single attack. The southern sea crocodile god race's ancestor sneered. His huge body swayed, crushing the void. However, he could not escape from the black runes. The runes in the sky completely enveloped him. Devour. Wine Lord whispered as endless black runes flickered. The southern sea crocodile god race's ancestor screamed in fear. Damn it, my power. How dare you absorb my power? He screamed crazily and wanted to break free. However, he could not break free at all. This scene shocked everyone. Who was the other party? He was too terrifying to be able to subdue a primordial ancestor so easily. Boom! The void in the sky split open as a divine light tore through the 9 heavens. The primordial ancestor charged out, but his face was pale and his body was trembling with anger. In that instant, a lot of his power had been sucked away. The devouring sword. Damn it, you have the devouring sword. The southern sea crocodile god race's ancestor screamed in fear. The others were also shocked. What? The devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world. Damn it! Damn it! The primordial saints and primordial ancestors' expressions changed. The devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, was as famous as the dragon sword soul. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. It could devour everything in the world. No one expected that not long after the dragon sword soul appeared, another peerless divine sword, the devouring sword, also appeared. Chapter 2880. The 5 swords of the world had been a legend for too long, and it had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the chaos caused by the 10,000 ancient races would cause the great dragon sword and the devouring sword to appear together? Don't act rashly. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. The ancestral patriarch of the southern sea crocodile god race snorted and retreated with a gloomy expression. He did not expect the other party to have the devouring sword. It was not good for him to attack again. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. He had been careless just now. He was not afraid of the other party. So what if it was the devouring sword? He would use his divine power to destroy the other party's body. Let's use the second extreme weapon. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. All right. The ancestral patriarch of the divine phoenix ridge nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. There was no other way. The current situation was beyond their expectations. The 10,000 dragons portrait was blocked, and the other party had two super experts. In addition, Lin Xian had given them a headache. If they did not use the extreme weapon now, they would probably have to retreat. Retreat? How could they be willing to do that? They had planned for so long and used all their strength to kill the human race. If they retreated now, wouldn't they be mocked? Moreover, 8 ancestral patriarchs had come this time. As long as they controlled it carefully, they should not alarm the other extreme weapons. Since they had already decided, the female saint of the divine phoenix ridge let out a long roar. The image of a phoenix rushed out from her body and covered the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire world began to shake. A rumbling sound came from the divine phoenix ridge in the distance. A ray of light streaked across the 9 heavens, bringing with it an invincible radiance as it flew towards the jade pool. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. The countless living beings below trembled. Some even cracked and turned into a bloody mist. An extreme weapon, this was an extreme emperor's aura. Another extreme grade weapon had been born. Everyone in the world was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races trembled with excitement. On the other hand, the humans were filled with despair. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, the 7 sages, Lin Xian, and the others also had solemn expressions. Xia Zhuyo's eyes flickered, but Wine Lord was still indifferent. The extreme weapon tore through the void and instantly arrived above the jade pool. A terrifying emperor's aura of emperor's aura. The 1,000 dragons dragon portrait was also Lord Emperor's list divine phoenix ridge. However, it was still the 1,000 dragons dragon portrait. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they could still restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram. Otherwise, they would be facing 2 extreme weapons. Now that there was one more, if Lin Xian still had his previous strength, he might be able to take on the monarch weapon with his bare hands. Of course, of God. There was still thousand humans of God, however, they of 1,000 of them. In the sky, endless rays of light turned into a phoenix divine spirit, and thousands of rays of light fell down. Each of them transformed into a terrifying great Tao that interweaved in the sky. Phoenix Bell, an extreme weapon of the divine phoenix ridge. At this moment, being activated by the old ancestor of divine phoenix ridge, it emitted a clear and melodious sound. Boom! The 100,000 mountain peaks suddenly exploded, and millions of lands instantly sank, turning into darkness. It was too terrifying. Just a trace of the extreme weapon's might was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Nothing could withstand it. Inside the jade pool's sacred ground, the sect masters and saints trembled. Facing the extreme weapon, they were once again unable to breathe. They could not resist at all. Outside, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body glowed, and golden chains surrounded him. He used his powerful physique to resist the Emperor's might. An endless black hole appeared beside Wine Lord, quickly devouring the terrifying energy. Xia Jiuyo stood there without moving. His eyes seemed to have turned into two universes. A terrifying power also surged from his body. Phoenix Bell. If it was activated by an emperor, we really wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, you can't do anything to me. Today, I'll take it with my bare hands. Xia Jiuyo stood out. Although his face was old, he was like a mountain standing in the void. You want to take on an emperor's weapon with your bare hands? What a joke. Die for me. The divine Phoenix Ridge's patriarch laughed sinisterly and struck out with a shocking attack. The Phoenix Bell spun in the sky, carrying hundreds of millions of great Daos. A wisp of light turned into the phantom of a phoenix, covering the sky and earth as it attacked Xia Jiuyo. The sky was filled with divine flames. The phoenix was born from the flames and could burn everything. Xia Jiuyo shouted coldly. His robes fluttered. He reached out with both hands, and two stars quickly formed in his palms. In the end, they enlarged into two universes and charged forward. Boom! Boom! The two palms carried the universe and collided with the phoenix that was reborn from the flames. There was a rumbling sound, and the sky collapsed. Large black cracks danced wildly in the sky, and all the void collapsed. It was as if the world had been reversed. Monstrous flames spread in all directions, and darkness appeared in the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to have been replaced. All kinds of strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. All the primordial kings, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a chill in their hearts. This method was too heaven-defying. After the attack, the dark stars in the sky disappeared, and the terrifying phoenix flames also disappeared. The sky became clear again. Xia Jiuyo stood there and retracted his palms. He was unharmed. The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. On the side of the human race, they also exclaimed. Catching an emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Heavens, another person caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, the power of the emperor weapon this time was even more terrifying. It was too terrifying. He was definitely a super sage. Why didn't they know that there was such a powerhouse in the human race before? Moreover, he was a living sage. He wasn't sealed in a god crystal. Everyone cried out in alarm. They saw hope again. The primordial saints' faces were gloomy, and the primordial ancestors of the divine Phoenix Ridge had a ferocious expression. Damn it, he blocked it. The other party really blocked his attack. How was this possible? Damn it, who was the other party? The patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. Don't fight him head-on. He's probably an old monster who has lived for countless years. His strength is heaven-defying. Let's hurry up and use the Phoenix Bell and the 10,000 dragons diagram to send the investiture of the gods flying. Then, we'll gather the two emperor weapons and kill them. They definitely won't be able to resist. All right. The 8 patriarchs and 10 primordial saints moved together. Clang! The Phoenix Bell emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Phoenix phantoms crisscrossed the sky. Together with the 10,000 dragons diagram, they quickly bombarded the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods lowered countless great Daos to seal everything, but no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 2 emperor weapons. In an instant, the investiture of the gods trembled as if it was about to fall from the sky. Not good, it's dangerous. The Queen Mother and the others were terrified. If the investiture of the gods fell, the power of the 2 emperor weapons would be enough to destroy them in an instant. West Emperor Tower, hurry up and revive. The Queen Mother and the other powerhouses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground communicated with the West Emperor Tower. However, they couldn't revive it in a short period of time. This made them even more anxious and uneasy. On the other hand, the primordial royals were extremely excited. This is great. 2 extreme-grade weapons. The human race is dead for sure. Chapter 2881. With a boom, the investiture of the gods was finally pushed back. The 10,000 dragons diagram flashed again, and 10,000 dragons rushed into the clouds. They tore through the void, forming a terrifying crack. At this moment, all the human cultivators in the quintessential world knelt on the ground, their faces full of despair. They had broken free. The 2 emperor weapons were going to work together to kill them. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram released its extreme emperor aura, and the phoenix bell spun continuously. The 2 were going to work together to kill Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyo, and Wine Lord. Lin Xian roared and used his greater success divine body, preparing to fight to the death. At this moment, there was a loud explosion in the eastern wilderness. Then, a golden pillar of light shot into the clouds and spread continuously. The terrifying Emperor aura appeared again, suppressing the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the 10,000 ancient races trembled, their scalps going numb. Apex weapon, another apex weapon had been born. Damn it, it was the human race's extreme weapon. They felt like their bodies were about to explode. This was definitely not an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. The pressure on the human side was greatly reduced. At the same time, they were shocked. Another emperor weapon had appeared. Yi Wudao, the Yi family patriarch, and the Yi family sage exclaimed. The celestial emperor cauldron. It was the heaven and earth cauldron. Had the Yi family celestial emperor cauldron awakened? The other sages, the queen mother, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sect leaders all widened their eyes. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? One had to know that the West Emperor Tower had yet to awaken. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? Could it have broken the seal of the 10,000 dragons diagram? Impossible. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient sages and ancestral elders also screamed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had used 2 extreme weapons, they were still careful not to alert any of them. Not to mention the celestial emperor cauldron, even the West Emperor Tower, which was so close to them, had not awakened. Not to mention the celestial emperor cauldron even further away. Damn it, what had happened? Could it be that the Yi family cultivators had forcefully awakened the celestial emperor cauldron? But how did those people do it? All of a sudden, all the ancient experts were stunned. Xia Jiuyo and Wine Lord smiled. Lin Xian was astonished. It seemed that Xia Jiuyo and Wine Lord weren't the only ones on the human clan's side. The cauldron of the celestial emperor flew out from the Yi family and floated above the 9 heavens, emanating the aura of the great path. Hum below the heaven and earth peak, a figure walked over quickly, making him look like a god. What's going on? Someone had really activated the arch cauldron. Who was it? Was it the saint of the Yi clan? The elites of the 10,000 ancient races stared at the figure. Below, the Yi family cultivators and the other Holy Lands cultivators all turned their heads and looked over. That was especially true of the saint of the Yi clan, Leaf Dao Denier, and Yang Qi. They didn't know who that person was. Whoosh! The celestial emperor's cauldron arrived near the jade pool in an instant. It intersected with the investiture of the gods, resisting the myriad dragon's portrait and the phoenix bell. What's wrong? Are you trying to bully us humans because we don't have an imperial weapon? The person's voice was ice cold. It was a majestic figure with a head of white hair. He was very eye-catching. However, although his hair was white, he didn't look old. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked to be in his 30s. Of course, they wouldn't be fooled by appearances. This should be an expert who had lived for countless years. The other party's aura was too terrifying and strange. It was completely different from the golden path above. It was pitch black like ink, like a demonic cloud that shrouded him. This scene was too strange. It was unbelievable that a demonic figure could control the radiant and holy celestial emperor's cauldron. Even the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Wudao, and the other elites of the Yi clan were stunned. Who was this person? He wasn't a saint of the Yi clan. How could he control their celestial emperor's cauldron? Could it be that the other party had forcefully taken their celestial emperor's cauldron? But how was that possible? The celestial emperor's cauldron was an extreme weapon. Who could take it? Apart from the elites of the Yi clan, no one could use it. Thus, in an instant, the Yi family's experts were all stunned. When the elites and saints of the other sacred grounds learned about this, they were also stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on. Lin Xian was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like an elite of the Yi clan. The Yi clan's cultivation technique was very obvious and special. It was golden. After all, the Yi clan had the bloodline of an emperor. Although they only had one saint body, the cultivation techniques of others were the same. They were all cultivation techniques of the emperor race. However, the person in front of him was completely different. His entire body was pitch black like ink. This was a demonic cultivation technique. Looking at the other party's demonic aura, Lin Xian suspected that the great demon of Blackwood Cliff had been resurrected. Damn it, he couldn't be from the demon race, right? For a moment, Lin Xian suspected that the demon race had stolen the supreme weapon and was here to kill the human race. However, judging from the other party's tone and appearance, he seemed to be on the side of the human race. Therefore, he was stunned for a moment. Xia Jiuyo and Lord Alcohol's lips curled up. You're finally here. Who are you? In front, Fire Qilin Cave's old ancestor shouted coldly. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Damn it, why was the human race's side so strange? Every time at the critical moment, a powerhouse would jump out. Furthermore, the other party brought an extreme weapon. This extreme weapon, they were also incomparably familiar with it. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extremely terrifying extreme weapon left behind by Heavenly Emperor Yi. I am the Demon Master. You ancient ants actually dare to threaten the human race. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting death? The Demon Master was even more insolent, not putting these 10,000 ancient races in his eyes at all. Even facing the ancient saints and ancient ancestors, he still suppressed them with an extremely domineering attitude. Ants? We are ants. The Archean kings were all stupefied. The ancient powerhouses and saints were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, really too damn it. The other party actually didn't put them in his eyes. Courting death. Those saints and old ancestors erupted with extremely terrifying power. The imperial weapons above their heads flickered with incomparable light. However, this new demon master was still not afraid. He similarly snorted coldly and raised his palm. Endless demonic energy formed a large black hand, directly grabbing the Celestial Emperor Cauldron and smashing it forward. Under this attack, heaven fell and earth split. As if it was going to destroy the world, endless cracks appeared, making these ancient saints and old ancestors all change their expressions. Damn it! Quickly block it. They activated the two monarch weapons as if they had gone mad, forming countless great Tao laws that enveloped them and the supreme ancient army below. Otherwise, this attack would have been more than enough to reduce everyone to ashes. After this attack, the mountains and rivers shattered, and blood flowed into rivers. Chapter 2882. The primordial saints and primordial ancestors also felt their blood boil. A few of them were even injured. Their faces were abnormally gloomy. Damn it, was the other party crazy? He actually used an extreme weapon like this. Could it be that he really wanted to destroy this world? The people on the Jade Lake side also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, was he here to save the human race or to destroy the world? Their bodies trembled. The person in front of them was too powerful. He was both good and evil. Although he came for the human race, his methods were abnormally arrogant. It was as if he didn't have any scruples. Even if they destroyed this world, he wouldn't care. Such a method not only terrified the human race, but also the 10,000 ancient races. Because such a person had no scruples. If they really fought, the 10,000 ancient races would probably suffer great losses. Damn it, hurry up and stop the investiture of the gods. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron definitely couldn't let them use their extreme weapons again. The Patriarch of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons roared. The Patriarch of the Fire Chelan Cave also shouted coldly. If it really didn't work, they would use their extreme weapons. They also planned to use their third extreme weapon. There was no rush. Let's seal their extreme weapons first. We'll fight them. They have fewer people. We don't believe that they can contend against us. The 8 primordial ancestors quickly communicated. Indeed, the other party had a terrifying figure, but they had a lot of saints on their side. If they attacked together, they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Fuck, this is too shameless, isn't it? Below, the dark red dragon and the others gritted their teeth. The white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. Attack. You're courting death. You ants aren't enough to fight in front of me. He was too arrogant. The primordial ancestors were so angry that they vomited blood crazily. The white-haired demon lord shouted coldly. With my demonic blood, I'll kill my way up to the 9 heavens. Whoever wants to attack, just come. Do you think we'll fight you one-on-one? The 8 patriarchs walked up. The 10 primordial saints did the same. A terrifying power surged out, completely enveloping Xia Luyu and the others. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light surged from his body. Lord Jiu used the devouring sword and surrounded him. Xia Jiuyo was like a god of the universe. And this kind of demon lord was even more terrifying. The demon chi surged as if it wanted to overturn the entire world. Who dares to stand with me? Right at this moment, another biting cold voice sounded from the sky. Then, a figure descended, trampling all over the place. My saber can't wait any longer and wants to drink the saint's blood. Wild laughter rang out as a blue figure turned into a saber light, splitting the void. It had appeared. The human experts had appeared again. Below, the human warriors exclaimed. In this short period of time, there were too many surprises for them. First, the white-haired demon lord appeared and used the celestial the arch cauldron. Then, 2 more terrifying figures appeared. Not only that, but they were also very powerful. A third powerful figure had also arrived. As soon as she appeared, countless forests appeared in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the injured people in the fairy lake were instantly healed. Heavens, how miraculous! My injuries have actually recovered. Who was this person? She was a life-type saint. The others cried out in alarm as they felt an abundance of power. Lin Xian felt that the power in his body had also recovered. In fact, even the soul of the 9 suns' divine body had become slightly stronger. This made him happy, but he couldn't care less now. His eyes were fixed on the figures in front of him. Among them, a powerful figure descended, trampling all over the place. "Father, is that you?" Lin Xian shouted. He realized that he was too familiar with this figure. It was his father, Lin Zhan. What? When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were all stunned. Father. Among these figures, Lin Xian's father was actually among them. It can't be, Lin Xian actually has such a great background. His father was an incomparably terrifying saint. The experts of the human race were all stunned. The people on the 10,000 ancient races side were even more terrified. This kid was too strange. He was powerful, and he knew Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and this new expert. A total of 6 figures had appeared, and 3 of them were related to this kid. Damn it, this kid's future achievements were probably limitless. They had to think of a way to get rid of him. The primordial saints glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The imposing figure turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Xian, you've really grown up. You can take care of yourself now." "Father." Lin Xian walked up excitedly, his eyes red. Lin Zhan smiled. Now wasn't the time to talk. After defeating the 10,000 ancient races, let's have a good drink. All right. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Let's work together and defeat these 10,000 ancient races. She was extremely excited. She didn't expect to see Wine Lord and her father here. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. Her father and Wine Lord seemed to know each other, and their relationship wasn't ordinary. What was going on? Her father was just an ordinary cultivator. Although he was powerful, that was only in the Tianwu domain. But now, he had become someone of the indomitable great sage. And it seemed like he had been carrying out a secret mission with Wine Lord and the others. Lin Xian felt that his father and the others seemed to be preparing a shocking plan, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps this plan would affect the safety of the human race. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at the surroundings. His loud voice rang out. "I'm Lin Zhan. Who dares to stand against me? You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think you can go against us? Without an extreme weapon, the human race is nothing." On the opposite side, a figure walked up from the 8 ancestors. It was the ancestor of the Bai clan. The Bai clan was extremely powerful. They were from the primordial royal race, and they were known as the uncrowned kings. It was said that the Bai clan was known as the strongest royal race after the royal family. Therefore, at this moment, when their ancestor walked out, the humans all held their breaths. He was too powerful. He was definitely someone who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Yes, their bloodline power was said to be terrifying. Would that Lin Zhan be able to block it? Now, the 4 extreme weapons from both sides were facing each other. They didn't use them. Instead, these sages were prepared to fight personally. Lin Zhan looked at the other party and snorted. The Bai clan. Very well, let me see if your uncrowned kings are as powerful as the legends say. Lin Zhan walked out in large strides. You will see it for yourself. However, the price you will pay is your life. The ancestor of the Bai clan also walked out. This ancestor's body emitted a silver glow. His entire body seemed to be made of silver, and he exuded a heavy aura. His physique was strong to an unparalleled extent. To be honest, my target isn't you. I'm targeting your kid. He has the 9 Yang divine body. It's rumored that the 9 Yang divine body has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. I really want to fight with him. But don't worry, after killing you and your son, I will let you and your son reunite in the netherworld. The ancestor of the Bai clan said coldly. In the next moment, runes appeared under his feet. Silver-white Dao runes also appeared on his body. Terrifying divine chains of order danced in the air. Accompanied by his fist, he punched forward. So powerful. The 7 human sages of the Jade Lake sacred ground had already flown up to assist Xia Jiuyo, the demon ancestor, and the others. However, at this moment, when they felt this punch, their expressions changed, and they retreated frantically. They didn't dare to take it head-on. They had no choice. Before the punch arrived, just the aura brought by the laws had already caused their bodies to split open. This punch would definitely be able to kill them instantly. In the field, the demon ancestor, Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also moved and flew into the sky. They watched the battle silently. They weren't very nervous. Lin Xian was a little nervous. Although he knew that his father was very powerful, the Bai clan was even more terrifying. Chapter 2883. Feeling the power of this punch, Lin Zhan snorted coldly. His eyes shone brightly. An aura that could suppress the surroundings surged from his body. A loud roar shook the heavens and earth. Lin Zhan also waved his fist. His fist didn't have a resplendent glow. It was simple and unadorned. He pushed it forward just like that. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The silver runes in the sky split open. That terrifying silver fist was torn into pieces. Silver-white blood danced in the sky, piercing through the void. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and groaned. He was injured. The old ancestor of the Bai clan was actually injured. How was this possible? The other primordial saints and the other 7 ancient ancestors were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was the Bai clan. Their physique was extremely strong, and they were known as the uncrowned king. It was even rumored that they weren't weaker than the 3 royal families. Such a terrifying physique. But now, he was actually injured by a single punch. Damn it! Who exactly was this man in front of them? Impossible! The primordial kings below screamed miserably. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and stabilized his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He was actually injured in the battle with the other party. The humans were also dumbfounded. The 7 saints, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the others were extremely shocked. They had seen the powerful Bai clan in the records. But now, Lin Zhan injured him with a single punch. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Father is so powerful. He's actually not weaker than my phenomenal success divine body. Indeed, he realized that the power that Lin Zhan displayed now was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond his imagination. What exactly had his father experienced all these years? Or was his father a super expert to begin with? Lin Xian didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before. It was also extremely mysterious. Could it be that his father had endless secrets on him? In front, Lin Zhan retracted his fist. His cold voice sounded. Bai clan, you're not my match. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. The silver ancestor was furious. Earlier, he didn't think too highly of the other party, so he didn't use his full strength in that punch, resulting in him suffering a loss. At this moment, he was going to use all of his strength to kill him. He wanted to use the other party's blood to wash away his humiliation. 1,000 hands of silver. With a roar, silver laws danced in the air. This time, the power he used was many times stronger than before. That was because his killing intent had been aroused. He had to kill the other party. In front of him, silver divine chains intertwined with each other. Terrifying silver laws danced as if gods and demons had appeared between heaven and earth. Caw caw caw. The silver ancestor's body continued to grow. Not only that, silver arms appeared on his back. It was extremely terrifying. There were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 silver arms danced in the air like demons. Terrifying saintly aura filled the sky. Kill! With a furious roar, 1,000 arms burst forth at the same time, bringing along divine chains of laws that filled the sky, suppressing forward. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The experts on the human side were terrified. The primordial king of the Bayin clan laughed sinisterly. 1,000 hands of silver, our ancestor is angry. Humans, just wait for your death. I'll let you know our strength. This was the ultimate technique of the Bayin clan. With 1,000 hands, it could kill the primordial ancestors of the other clans. It could be said to be extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the middle-aged man on the other side could block it. Fine, I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Zhan also took a step forward. Light erupted from his body, spewing out a domineering aura. At this moment, he was as powerful as an ancient overlord. He was extremely powerful. Tyrant Fist of the Heavens. With a punch, he suppressed heaven and earth and destroyed all the laws in the world. He wanted to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying aura. The bodies of the primordial saints trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt that just this aura alone was enough to crush them. Damn it, who exactly was the other party? Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was an extremely terrifying fish technique. It had an unparalleled domineering aura and was very difficult to cultivate. This person could actually cultivate it to such an extent. Damn it, he was definitely a super strong expert. They were extremely terrified. As expected, once the Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was unleashed, it had an unparalleled domineering aura that swept through the surroundings. They fought fiercely against the 1,000 silver hands. The two of them fought, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They fought from here all the way to the outer realm. With a loud bang, the void above the 9 heavens split open. A huge crack was like a divine sword that split the entire world into two. At the next moment, silver blood splattered. The 1,000 silver barks were blasted apart. The patriarch of the Bayin clan also fell from the outer realm. He was extremely miserable. He roared angrily, and his body reassembled. However, it was once again shattered by Lin Zhan's punch. What? The patriarch of the Bayin clan was actually defeated. How was this possible? Wasn't the other party too powerful? Who exactly was the other party? How could Lin Xian's father be so terrifying? Could it be that the other party was also a mysterious expert from a terrifying clan? They were all stunned. Lin Zhan landed. His clothes fluttered, and his domineering aura was still as domineering as before. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Step back, I'll attack. Another patriarch walked out. His figure was like a demon king, and he had a terrifying aura. The pair of golden wings behind his back covered the sky. He was from the Heavenly Rock clan. This was a very ferocious clan among the ancient royal clans, the Heavenly Rock clan. It was said that this clan had once challenged dragons and even succeeded in slaying them. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they weren't any weaker than the Bayin clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch walked out. I'll fight you. He could tell that Lin Zhan was very powerful, but he wasn't afraid. The Heavenly Rock clan was very powerful. They could definitely kill the other party. Lin Zhan's eyes were piercingly cold. Come at me then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, before he attacked, the white-haired demon lord floated out. Leave this battle to me. All right then. Seeing the white-haired demon lord, Lin Zhan nodded and stepped back. He stood with his hands behind his back. A mere heavenly rock. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel at my feet and become my slave. I can spare your life. The white-haired demon lord was even more domineering and arrogant. He didn't put the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch in his eyes at all. You're courting death. The Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch was enraged. He roared angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and his golden wings covered the sky. They transformed into two heavenly blades that slashed over with the great Tao. You want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself. The demon lord's white hair fluttered. He was like a god fiend as he walked forward. He punched out, and demonic aura surged from his body. This fish transformed into 6 black holes that seemed to want to devour everything. Chapter 2884. What kind of fish technique was this? It was so terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races and the ancient ancestors were shocked. It was as if they were about to be annihilated by the 6 worlds. The expression of the Tianping race's ancestor also changed. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so profound. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only wave his 2 golden wings crazily, transforming them into 2 heavenly blades that carried the great Tao as they descended. He wanted to shatter the other party's fist with one strike. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. 6 dark black worlds enveloped the golden wings. In the sky, the laws collided and the great Tao interweaved, forming a scene of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 black worlds spun rapidly, forming a terrifying force that tore apart the golden wings. Blood dyed the sky red as the golden wings were split in half. The Tianping race's saint was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how is this possible? How is it impossible? Die! The white-haired demon lord's figure flickered as he waved his fist again, bringing along the 6 worlds as he charged over. Damn it, the Tianping's extreme speed. The pupils of the Tianping race's ancestor constricted. The other party's fist technique was too powerful. Even the golden wings that he was so proud of were cut off. If it were to hit him, it would probably tear him to pieces. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After succeeding in one strike, he continued to chase after him. The Tianping's movement technique was extremely fast. Even the saints couldn't see it clearly. They could only see a blurry light. However, the demon lord sneered. The 6 black worlds instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world. No matter how fast you are, can you escape my reincarnation? Kill! The 6 black worlds continued to expand, forming 6 skies that covered the entire world. It was as if their true spirit world was connected to 6 incomparably mysterious worlds. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Sure enough, the Tianping race's ancestor couldn't escape the 6 worlds at all. In the next moment, he was torn apart by the 6 mysterious forces, and his body was torn apart. Ah! The Tianping race's ancestor screamed crazily as his body reformed in the distance. However, he was soon shattered again. One world after another descended, causing the Tianping race's ancestor to scream again and again. Damn it, this is impossible. The ancient sages were terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races screamed. The immemorial king of the Sky Rock race knelt on the ground, his eyes bleeding. They were about to go crazy. Their ancestor had been defeated so miserably and was even about to be killed. They couldn't believe it. The humans were also stunned. They were too powerful. These new human experts were each more powerful than the last. Previously, Lin Zhan's tyrant firmament fist had already shocked them. Indomitable and domineering. But now, they realized that this white-haired demon lord was even more terrifying. When he punched out, it was as if he had created 6 real worlds. Even the Sky Rock's ancestor, who was so powerful, had been killed several times. If not for the saint's blood rebirth, Patriarch Tianpeng would have been killed long ago. Even so, they were still terrified. What kind of fist technique was this? This was too terrifying. Leaf Dao Denir and the clan leader of the Yi clan looked on in shock. The saint of the Yi clan let out a shriek. 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. This is my Yi clan's peerless fist technique. How did he know it? What? 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This is the 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. The other sacred leaders and sect leaders were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist was extremely terrifying. It was a secret technique of the Yi clan that wasn't passed down to outsiders. It was a top divine ability. Leaf Dao Denir had cultivated this technique before, and could use it against someone in the same level as him. Not many people could contend against it. And now, the white-haired demon lord actually knew how to use the Yi clan's divine fist. What was going on? Damn it, what was his relationship with the Yi clan? Previously, the other party could directly use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Now, he even used the Yi clan's 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. He couldn't be from the Yi clan, right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Could it be that this was really the case? They looked at the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan and Leaf Dao Denir were confused. The saint of the Yi clan was indeed shocked. Was it really him? Could it really be him? Ancestor, what was going on? The clan leader of the Yi clan asked in a deep voice. Although he was the clan leader, he had only been in power for 1,000 years. He didn't know about things that happened a long time ago. This saint was different. He obviously knew more. Leaf Dao Denir was even more shocked. Looking at the expression of their ancestor, could it be that the white-haired demon lord was really from the Yi clan? Heavens, how could someone from the Yi clan become a demon? Perhaps it really was that person, but it was impossible. It was rumored that he had already fallen. How could he appear again? The Yi clan saint's expression was incomparably solemn. This made everyone even more curious. What was the identity of this white-haired demon lord? What was his relationship with the Yi clan? However, this wasn't important anymore. That was because a loud sound had attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, 6 world of reincarnation mercilessly crushed, killing the heavenly rock ancestor 6 times. The heavenly rock ancestor went crazy. A golden halberd rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Only then did he escape. This halberd was an unparalleled sacred weapon. At this moment, the heavenly rock ancestor used it to carve out a bloody path. After coming out, his body trembled. His face was filled with fear, shock, anger, and humiliation. He had his body shattered 6 times. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt that it was a great humiliation. However, he didn't dare to attack again because the other party was too terrifying. Those 6 black holes were like real worlds. He couldn't break them at all. If he attacked again, He was afraid that he would shatter even more. He might even be killed by the other party. What heavenly rock? It was only so. Obediently become my mount. The demon lord was very domineering. He strode over as if he was about to attack again. You're courting death. The heavenly rock ancestor was furious. Although the other party was powerful, the other party kept saying that he wanted to take him as a flying mount. How could he endure this? In the next moment, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and directly slashed out. This golden halberd was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an extremely terrifying saint of the Heavenly Rock clan. At this moment, a golden light shot into the clouds, cutting the entire sky open. Clang! However, it was sent flying by the white-hair demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist. Damn it, everyone attack together and kill them. The Heavenly Rock ancestor roared crazily. He wasn't a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but they had more people on their side. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other primordial saints and ancient ancestors couldn't help but attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The demon lord let out a long roar. Terrifying demonic energy covered the 9 heavens, forming 3,000 demonic shadows in the sky. I am the demon lord, I shall laugh at the world. A terrifying voice resounded. The 3,000 demonic shadows accompanied the demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist and charged out together. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan also took a step forward and executed the tyrant fist of the heavens. On the other side, Xia Jiuyo had sublimated to the extreme. The aura on his body was piercingly cold as he struck out 2 universes. Lin Xian didn't use any laws, but the power of a greater success divine body was incomparable. He directly entered close combat and killed his way into the primordial saints, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the Saber Saint's long saber was incomparable. The elf girl struck out laws that filled the sky, helping the human saints recover. She controlled a world and provided a powerful vitality. In an instant, the holy war erupted. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go to the outer realm. The primordial saints roared angrily. The demon lord's black hair fluttered. A black dragon roared beneath his feet, bringing him directly into the sky. These saint-level experts had all fought their way to the outer realm. A great battle erupted, and heaven and earth erupted. Below, the experts of the 10,000 ancient races and the human race trembled. They looked up at the sky. The sky was flickering, and large cracks would erupt from time to time. Chapter 2885. It's too scary. Will we be able to withstand it? The human race will definitely be able to withstand it. Damn it. Patriarch, do your best. Kill them all. The 10,000 ancient races and the human race's martial artists were extremely nervous. Suddenly, a sea of fire exploded in the distance. It was as if millions of fire cheilants were rushing through the sky, tearing through the void and charging toward Jade Lake. Not good. The Cheelan spear. Damn it. It's an extreme weapon. The human martial artists on Jade Lake's side screamed in fear. Their faces were pale as they fell to the ground. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders' bodies were torn apart. The Empress of the West and the others were even more shocked. Not good. Those sages are in danger. They realized that after the Cheelan spear appeared, it didn't attack Jade Lake, the investiture of the gods, or the celestial the Arch Cauldron. Instead, it charged toward the outer realm. If one of those primeval sages controlled an extreme Dao weapon, no matter how strong Lin Xian, the archdevil ancestor, and the others were, they would still die. Damn it. Despicable. The dark red divine dragon and the others cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Just the Emperor's aura alone was enough to make them unable to move. As expected, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the outer realm. The void was torn apart, and sage blood floated down from the sky. It was obvious that a sage was injured. Ha 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 ha. Humans, die. The primordial sages let out an arrogant roar. Thousands of rays of light flashed, turning into countless fire cheilants. The Chelan spear was an extreme weapon. It was an extremely powerful weapon. It was extremely terrifying. Now that it was controlled by the primordial sages, it could destroy gods and Buddhas. It was incomparable. No one could stop it. Damn it. I'm going to slaughter all of the 10,000 ancient races and turn them into rivers of blood. The demon ancestor's cold voice sounded in the sky. Killing intent surged in the sky as countless demonic shadows swept across. Not good. Stop him. The Chelan spear's power pierced through all the demonic shadows. The demons were also forced back. Lin Xian fought back, but he was also forced back. He had no choice. In the past, he could take on Emperor weapons with his bare hands. But now, in the outer realm, the Chelan spear's power was too strong. It was so strong that they were shocked. Fortunately, they were in the outer realm. Otherwise, the eastern wilderness would have lost countless territories. Wang. In the void, an endless black hole was formed. The devouring sword devoured everything, swallowing most of the energy. The demon lord used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of the 6 worlds destroyed everything. Lin Xian's phenomenal success divine body blasted out in all directions. No, this can't go on. Lin Zhan also frowned. Xia Zhuyo's eyes lit up as he shouted coldly. His aged white hair started to turn black, and his aged face also started to turn younger. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lower 9 Nether's eyes erupted with a piercingly cold light, and a large hand reached down. Lend me the West Emperor Pagoda. The sky-covering hand passed through the Jade Pool's array formation and grabbed the West Emperor Pagoda. Then, it rose from the ground. With a loud boom, it was as if a 10,000 zhang tall mountain had been uprooted. The West Emperor Pagoda was uprooted and flew into the sky. In the next moment, it erupted with an unparalleled Emperor's aura. The West Emperor Pagoda had awakened. The Queen Mother of the West and the saints of the Jade Lake sacred ground were shocked. What kind of method was this? Someone had borrowed their imperial armament in a domineering manner. They recognized that it was Xia Zhuyo's voice. This elder Ming was too terrifying. He was definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. They were pressed to the ground, their bodies cracked, and their blood dyed the ground red. Above the 9 heavens, the primordial saints were also shocked. Damn it, how did he do it? Imperial armaments were the exclusive weapons of Thearchs. They could suppress an area. Only the descendants of Thearchs and sacred grounds could use them. Others couldn't get close at all. Even saints couldn't. But now, the old man in front of them had directly borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda from the Jade Pool sacred ground. What kind of method was this? Damn it, he had already brought the investiture of the gods. Now, he had borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda. How did he do it? The primordial saints roared crazily. They frantically activated the Chelan spear. However, at this moment, the human race had the West Emperor Pagoda. With lower 9 Nether's activation, the Chelan spear was directly sent flying. Explode! The demon lord also roared as his body descended from the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of the celestial emperor cauldron and struck out with his palm. Demonic chi surged from his body. Buzz! The celestial emperor cauldron hummed as it continued to expand, about to crush the entire world. A terrifying extreme Tao emperor's aura erupted, blasting in all directions. Not good, he's crazy, quickly block it. The primordial saints also rushed down from the outer realm, controlling the 10,000 dragons diagram and the phoenix bell to block it. With a boom, the extreme Tao emperor's aura collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and countless stars in the outer realm. And this impact caused all the seals in the entire true spirit world to be broken. In the next moment, the endless void above the Gu family flickered. Then, an ancient mirror shattered the void and appeared in the world with a powerful emperor's aura. The void mirror appeared. In the Yaoguang's sacred ground, a dragon's roar sounded. A black cauldron with dragon patterns appeared, also suppressing an area. In the Dao Yi's sacred ground, a Dao diagram flickered, also incomparably mysterious. In the Grand Xia Empire, a golden divine sword transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. This was the Great Xia Empire's extreme Dao Emperor's weapon. The Jiuli painting also flew out. In the Western Desert, in the myriad Buddha temple, a Kasaya bloomed in the sky, directly enveloping the entire Western Desert, forming the strongest defense. This was also an emperor weapon. One after another, extreme Dao weapons appeared, and a terrifying extreme Dao aura suppressed heaven and earth. The entire true spirit world was trembling, and countless cracks appeared. At this moment, all the living beings of the sacred grounds and sects prostrated on the ground. Some directly fainted from the shock. Not good, the Demon Emperor of the Northern Plains Demon Emperor Palace also appeared, suppressing an area to prevent it from collapsing. Yen Ryu frowned. Chapter 2886. It's over. Is this the end of the world? Those people were terrified. The people of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground, trembling. Because they realized that even if they had terrifying extreme weapons and the ancient royal family, it was still useless. Because the humans also had them. Moreover, once the extreme weapons collided, the entire world would be destroyed. Who cared if they were royalty or royal family? They couldn't exist at all. I'm afraid that only those with imperial armaments would be able to survive. Therefore, these ancient creatures were all lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Humans, do you really want to fight to the death? The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. How laughable. You want to start a dark chaos and massacre the human race, but you don't want us to resist? Lin Xian sneered. Was the other party crazy? What kind of logic was this? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan's body was also full of fighting spirit, carrying an incomparable domineering aura. The demon lord was even more direct. What nonsense was there to talk about? Let's see our true moves with the imperial weapons. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me in terms of the use of imperial weapons. The celestial emperor cauldron above his head was as if the celestial emperor had been reborn. He was unbelievably powerful. Xia Zhuyo's expression was solemn. The stars in his eyes flickered. To be honest, we don't want to use the imperial weapons unless we have no other choice. But you ancient races are really going too far. Do you really think that the human race has no one? Using the extreme weapons is a warning to you. It's a warning to you that the human race is not someone you can bully and crush as you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, the ancient saints and ancestors opposite them gritted their teeth in anger, their bodies trembling. Before they fell into a deep slumber, the human race was just a small ant. But now, they could actually threaten them. Moreover, they couldn't fight back at all. This kind of depressing feeling was unbearable for the 10,000 ancient races who thought that they were high and mighty like gods. Damn it, let's fight it out. I don't believe that they can win against us. That's right, our foundation and strength are far from what these humans can imagine. Fire Qilin Cave and Divine Phoenix Ridge. Two ancient monarchs roared crazily. They were too aggrieved. The two imperial weapons in the distance also floated up and down. Similarly, a few terrifying figures appeared in the void. Laws danced around their bodies, making them hazy, making it impossible for others to see them clearly. What kind of race was this? However, at this moment, one of the figures in the distance spoke. No. The human race had developed to its current level. Over the past tens of thousands of years, several great emperors had emerged, leaving behind their orthodoxies and supreme weapons. You're still no weaker than us primeval theocrats. That's right. If we really fight, both sides will suffer, and we won't be able to gain any advantage. That's not what we want. What we want is just resources and territory for cultivation. We don't want other races to go extinct. Hearing this, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons fell silent. Indeed, although they were angry, they knew that if they really fought, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most of the 10,000 ancient races would be destroyed, and only a few of the royal families would survive. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the imperial family would be able to survive. More importantly, their dragon crown prince had just been born. If he suffered any losses in this battle, they would not be able to recover even if they died 10,000 times. Hence, the nest of 10,000 dragons had already decided not to make a move. At the very least, they could not erupt into a battle with supreme weapons. In addition, the Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Spirit Cave, and the other primeval theocrats were the same. They also had princes and princesses. If they were really killed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Negotiate. In the end, an ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons spoke in a deep voice. You humans have occupied too much land and resources. The 10,000 ancient races must take back some of them. Yes, that's right. No one will use supreme weapons, but you must give us resources and land. We must control this world together. The saint of the Fire Qilin Cave also said that. The saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also snorted coldly. The eyes of the other 10,000 ancient races were red and fiery. Indeed, although they couldn't start a war, they had to take back the resources. They definitely couldn't let the humans take advantage of them. Hearing that the primeval theocrats wanted to negotiate, the jade pool cultivators below were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect the primeval theocrats to retreat. Those from the Yi family, Gu family, Dao Yi Holy Land, and the others who had supreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Great, there was no need to start a war. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the dark turmoil had been stopped. Xia Zhuo's eyes flickered, and he revealed a smile. Only the demon lord snorted coldly, looking very unhappy. To be honest, Lin Xian and the others were really worried. They were afraid that the demon lord would directly use the celestial emperor cauldron and kill his way over. If that happened, there would be no possibility of negotiation at all. However, although the demon lord's actions were evil and unpredictable, he was incomparably arrogant. However, this time, he didn't make a move. In that case, let's go to the jade pool, Xia Zhuo said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the West Emperor Pagoda in his hand quickly descended and returned to the jade pool, suppressing the jade pool. It emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The Gu family, Great Xia, and Dao Yi Holy Land also withdrew their supreme weapons. On the other side, the nest of 10,000 dragons and the other primeval theocrats also withdrew their supreme weapons. In the sky, the Emperor's aura slowly dissipated. The living beings below all heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. They were saved. Because just now, their fates were all in the hands of those people above. If these people had fought with their supreme weapons, none of them would have been able to survive. This made them feel like they had survived a disaster. Only the Yi family had a strange expression because their celestial emperor cauldron was still in the hands of the other party. Facing this terrifying white-haired demon lord, they didn't dare to speak at all. Chapter 2887. But why did the other party cultivate the demonic path? They couldn't understand. They were very curious, and all of their eyes were looking forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. The white-hair fiend ancestor snorted and turned to look at the other party. What seventh master? You've got the wrong person. With a wave of his hand, the celestial emperor cauldron flew out and entered the Yi family. Seeing this scene, the Yi family patriarch and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the celestial emperor cauldron had returned. However, this made them even more puzzled. Was the person in front of them really not from the Yi family? But why did the other party know the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? Why could the other party use the celestial emperor cauldron directly? On the other hand, the saint of the Yi family was extremely excited. It's him, it must be him. He roared crazily in his heart because his guess was right. The other party must be that person. However, the other party probably wouldn't admit it. But it didn't matter, as long as he knew that the other party was still alive. Seeing the other party's impatient expression, the Yi family saint hurriedly turned around and left. He knew this person's temper. If the other party was really angry, he would probably chop him up. Who was the patriarch? The invincible kings of the Yi family asked one after another. However, the saint shook his head. He would talk about this matter after returning to the family. Indeed, there were too many people now and it wasn't suitable to talk about these things. The others originally wanted to hear some secrets of the Yi family, but now it seemed impossible. But soon, they put away their thoughts. Because above, Xia Jiuyo, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and other peerless experts descended from the sky and entered the Jade Pool. The Queen Mother and the Jade Pool saints hurriedly opened the array formation and made a path. They welcomed them with the highest standards. They had no choice. These were all saints, and among the saints, they were extremely terrifying existences. They couldn't be offended. After landing, Xia Jiuyo and the others looked up at the sky. Lin Xian also sneered. He looked at the primordial saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons and sneered. Why? Don't you dare to come down. If you don't dare to come down, then go back. There's no need to negotiate. Scram back to your nest and don't come out again. Kid, you're courting death. The primordial saints were so angry that they coughed up blood. Among them, primordial ancestor Goose snorted coldly. They quickly descended, bringing with them the laws that filled the sky, and arrived at the Jade Lake. In an instant, the martial artists at the Jade Lake felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Fortunately, the West Emperor Pagoda had already awakened at this time, and an endless emperor's aura was released, blocking the terrifying aura of these sages. Only then did they manage to protect Jade Lake. Otherwise, all the warriors in the Jade Lake would turn into blood mist and cease to exist. How terrifying! Was this the power of a supreme saint? Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others were shocked beyond words. Yi Wudao, the all-Cade Holy Sun, Dustless, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were too strong. Although they thought that they were the geniuses of the younger generation, they didn't have any power to resist in front of these primeval sages. A single glance from the other party was enough to kill them instantly. He really hoped that one day, he would be able to fight with such a person. They were envious. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian had fought with such an existence before. Heavens, this is too scary. The Queen Mother of the West opened the West Emperor Palace. It was an ancient palace with a peerless array formation and endless Tao inscriptions. It was used to receive the sages. Usually, it wouldn't be opened, but now that so many human sages and primeval sages had descended, she had no choice but to open the West Emperor Palace. Soon, Xia Jiuyo, the Demon Lord, Lin Zhan, and the others were invited in. The sages and primeval kings of the 10,000 Archean races also walked in. Lin Xian was also among them. He had fused with the greater success divine body and could be said to be extremely powerful. Naturally, he could also enter the West Emperor Pagoda. The others couldn't enter. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others couldn't do anything. They could only wait outside. The other martial artists of the human race were the same. Outside, the endless primeval army was also very nervous. No one knew what the outcome of this discussion would be. No one knew how much resources and land the human race would give up. However, if they gave up a bit, these people would bleed. Damn it, they really wanted to go in. The dark red divine dragon outside was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, there was nothing it could do. There were endless Tao inscriptions in front of it. Those were the laws of the sage level. Those below the sage level couldn't detect them. After 2 days, everyone's expression changed. This was because they heard angry roars coming from the West Emperor Palace. There were humans and primeval races. It couldn't be, right? Were the negotiations going to fall apart? They were terrified. It seemed that the negotiations between the two sides were not harmonious. In fact, there was even a roar. There was no choice. There were only so many top-tier resources and spirit veins. Other than those forbidden lands that couldn't be entered, the other places were occupied by the human race. How could they give them to the primeval races? In particular, those top-tier spirit veins and resources would definitely be the focus of the two sides. It was easy to understand why such a voice was heard. However, these people were trembling. If these people fell apart and another battle broke out, wouldn't the dark turmoil start again? Everyone waited outside for 7 days and 7 nights. Suddenly, the door of the West Emperor Pagoda opened, and the primeval sages walked out like fiend gods. Their faces were gloomy, and their killing intent was monstrous. It was obvious that the discussion was very unpleasant. After coming out, they soared into the air, tore through the void, and arrived outside. Then, Xia Jiuyo, the Fiend Master, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and the others also walked out. They also had grave expressions. The faces of the saints of the sacred grounds and major sects were also ashen. It was obvious that the other party was asking for too much. Humans, do as we say. If you don't, we will start a dark upheaval. In the sky, the primeval sages' voices were cold. I will give you 7 days to consider. After 7 days, we will talk again. As they spoke, they led the primeval army and camped near the jade pool. Damn it, they were going too far. The saints of the sacred grounds and major sects gritted their teeth and roared. Indeed, the other party was too arrogant. Their conditions were really unacceptable. At most, they would fight with them. They would let them know that the human race was not to be bullied. Many people gritted their teeth. Xia Jiuyo, Lin Zhan, the Fiend Master, and the others frowned. The other party's conditions were indeed overboard, but it was impossible for them to fight. If they fought, the mountains and rivers would shatter, and they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Could it be that there was no other way? Lin Xian also frowned. To be honest, if he hadn't followed in and heard these conditions, Lin Xian wouldn't have known that the primeval races were actually so ambitious. There was no other way. Xia Jiuyo sighed. Although there was no extreme war, the primeval races still looked down on the human race in their hearts. Therefore, they would naturally ask for too much. Chapter 2888. That's right. Both sides were tied. Although they didn't use any extreme weapons, their remaining strength wasn't enough to make the ancient race fearful. They had to make the ancient race fearful before they could negotiate normally. Otherwise, if the other party demanded an exorbitant price, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. If only our human race had a living emperor. Let's see if the ancient race would still dare to be arrogant. A sage from the Purple Dawn sacred land shook his head and sighed. Let me do it. At this moment, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the sages. Lin Xian was also shocked because he realized that the voice was coming from his body. Senior! He exclaimed. That's right. The voice was coming from the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul. The other sages were also shocked. They naturally knew that this body wasn't Lin Xian's. They didn't know where he got it from. Now that they heard another voice coming from the other party's body, they were extremely astonished. This soul was very weak, but the pressure coming from it made their eyelids twitch. Even the Fiend Lord, Wine Lord, Xia Jiuyo, and the others narrowed their eyes. You should be the previous Nine-Sun Sword Saint, right? At this moment, Xia Jiuyo spoke. That's right. I am. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul sent out waves of energy that shocked the sages. You don't have to guess my origins. My soul can't hold on for much longer. So, I want to use my remaining strength. What do you want to do? Xia Jiuyo asked. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul said, I need power. Give me as much power as you want. I can temporarily recover to my peak state and then intimidate the ancient race. However, this time is very short. It won't be long before I vanish into thin air. Senior! Lin Xian exclaimed again. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul said, Don't worry. Don't be sad for me. I should have died long ago. It's just that due to special reasons, I lived for tens of thousands of years. Now, all of this isn't what I'm familiar with. There's no need for me to stay. But for the human race, I'm willing to make a final contribution. Hearing this, all the sages fell silent. Yes, everyone should do their best for their race. I can help you. Xia Jiuyo also nodded solemnly. Wine Lord, Lin Zhan, Demon Lord, and the others' eyes glinted coldly. We don't have any problems on our side. We can provide you with enough power to temporarily restore you to your peak state. At this point, the saints were extremely shocked. How terrifying would a divine body at its peak state be? They did not dare to imagine. There's no time to lose. Let's begin. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul said. Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others nodded. Little guy, I still need you to control this body. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint said. No problem, Senior. I will do my best. Lin Xian clenched his fists. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint nodded his head in gratification. I'm very happy to see you grow. I hope that you can bring the Nine-Sun Divine Body to greater heights in the future. I have one last request. Once I'm done intimidating the ancient royal family, I hope to return to Black Demon Cliff. You buried this body in the deepest part of your body. Don't worry, Senior, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. From the looks of it, the Nine-Sun Sword Saint was still worried about the demonic chi there. He wanted to use his divine body to suppress the demonic chi in Black Demon Cliff. The Saint of Jade Lake controlled the West Emperor Tower and released waves of Emperor's aura to envelop Jade Lake. It was to prevent the 10,000 ancient races from investigating. After all, they were used to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. If the other party discovered it and destroyed it, the losses would outweigh the gains. Waves of Emperor's aura shot out, preventing the people outside Jade Lake from investigating. Even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to enter. This scene terrified the other cultivators in Jade Lake. What's going on? What's happening? Why are they using extreme weapons again? Are they really going to start a dark upheaval? Their bodies trembled. The 10,000 ancient races stationed near the Jade Pool were also stunned. The primordial lifeforms prostrated themselves on the ground, and the primordial kings were terrified. The primordial saints' expressions also changed. They all rose into the air. Damn it, Extreme Emperor's aura. They activated the West Emperor Tower. Are they planning to ambush us? These people emitted a terrifying aura. As long as the situation was not right, they would activate their extreme weapons. Since the other party wanted to fight, they would accompany them to the end. However, after waiting for a long time, they all frowned because they realized that the West Emperor Tower only covered the entire Jade Lake. It did not spread out. It did not attack them. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that these humans were afraid of a sneak attack, so they covered the entire Jade Lake. What a bunch of cowards. The primordial saints sneered and landed one after another. They also warned their own people not to be afraid. It was just a defense of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. In Jade Lake, the human cultivators waited for a long time, but they did not see any attack. They heaved a sigh of relief. They guessed that it was for their own safety that they used Emperor's weapons to defend. To prevent the 10,000 ancient races from ambushing. Therefore, they were relieved. In the depths of Jade Lake, Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyo, and the others stood there. Lin Xian stood on an extremely complicated array formation. This array formation was completely formed by interweaving Dao runes. It was drawn by Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, and the others. Together with the Jade Lake's holy water and the Goddess of Life's great divine ability. It began to restore his greater success divine body. Wine Lord even used the devouring sword to devour the pure energy of heaven and earth and poured it into his greater success divine body, restoring it to its peak. Lin Xian felt as if his greater success divine body had come alive and was crazily absorbing the energy. Could it be that his greater success divine body had not recovered to its peak strength at all? He was too surprised. One had to know that he could defeat a saint with just the strength of his physical body. However, this was only his normal state, not his peak state. How terrifying would a peak greater success divine body be? He could not imagine it at all. Of course, the most difficult thing was the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul. Because his soul was too weak, like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. He had to ensure that the other party's soul was not extinguished before he could use his greater success divine body. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not be able to use his greater success divine body. Use my Lanruo Temple's soul anchoring pearl. A monk from Lanruo Temple took out an ancient treasure. It was a yellow pearl covered with Buddhist runes. The moment it appeared, everyone's soul trembled. A look of shock appeared on their faces. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that they were all saint-level existences. How powerful were their soul powers? But in front of this pearl, they trembled. From this, one could imagine how extraordinary this pearl was. Chapter 2889. The other sages were also shocked. This was left behind by an ancient Buddha. It was an extremely terrifying treasure. Moreover, it was a rare soul treasure. With it, one's soul could definitely be protected. With this item, the 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul should be able to protect it. At the very least, it would allow him to complete his mission of intimidating the 10,000 ancient races. The sages were extremely excited. Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also nodded. They also knew about the soul anchoring pearl. Lin Xian was also shocked. He carefully took the soul anchoring pearl and inserted it into his body. The soul anchoring pearl emitted a Buddhist light and enveloped the 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul. With the soul anchoring pearl's protection, the 9-Sun Sword Saint's soul unleashed all his potential with a roar. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. Then, he let out a long roar, shattering the galaxy in the sky. Countless rune laws appeared on his body, turning into divine chains of order that danced around him. The Greater Success divine body emitted a dazzling light. The entire Jade Lake trembled. The martial artists in the Jade Lake were terrified and looked up. Damn it, what's happening? Why is the Jade Lake trembling? Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races outside are attacking? They were truly stunned. Now, the Jade Lake was being suppressed by the West Emperor Pagoda. There shouldn't be a problem. However, the Jade Lake trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the sky above. A terrifying and monstrous aura pressed them to the ground, making them unable to resist. The sages of the sacred grounds were all terrified. Was the great emperor resurrected? They looked at Lin Xian in front of them in shock. At this moment, the aura emitted from Lin Xian's body was too terrifying. It was far beyond that of a sage. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been resurrected. The only ones who could resist it were Xia Jiuyo, the Fiend Lord, Wine Lord, and the others. They also retreated with solemn expressions. They looked at the Greater Success divine body in front of them with flickering eyes. As expected of the 9-Sun divine body. When cultivated to the Greater Success divine body, it was comparable to a great emperor. This was great. This power could definitely intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Although the other sages were trembling, their eyes were burning with passion. That was because the other party was simply too strong. Was this the power of a Great Success divine body? Lin Xian clenched his fists in shock. He saw that the sages around him were trembling because of his aura. He even felt that he could kill these sages with a single glance. Too powerful. This made him excited and incomparably envious. He swore that in the future, he would definitely cultivate the 9-Yang divine body to the large success stage. Buzz buzz buzz. In the sky, countless large cracks appeared. Strands of laws were useless, and divine flames filled the sky. They turned into phoenixes that circled around him. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared under his feet. It was as if he was kneeling. The sect masters and elders in the Jade Lake were all stunned by this scene. Could it be that the ancient emperors had really come back to life? Even the 10,000 ancient races stationed outside were terrified. Those ordinary immemorial creatures were once again pressed to the ground, and some even fainted. The primordial king trembled. The primordial saint and a few patriarchs also changed their expressions. A piercing light appeared in their eyes, and it turned into a long rainbow as if it was going to pierce through the front. Damn it, what was going on? What kind of aura was this? They were extremely shocked. Why was there such a terrifying power emitting from the Jade Lake, as if the ancient emperors had come back to life? Could it be that they had used a second extreme weapon again? The sage of the heavenly rock race said with a frown. Because inside, other than the West Emperor Tower, there was also a terrifying power that was awakening. That power was almost the same as the Emperor's might. Therefore, they suspected that the other party had activated a second extreme weapon in the Jade Lake. Damn it, what were these guys trying to do? They covered the Jade Lake and even activated a second extreme weapon. Could it be that they were really plotting something? The faces of the primordial saints were gloomy. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice, "Let's be careful and not be tricked by the other party. The extreme weapons are always connected. Don't worry, we definitely won't let the humans sneak attack us." The other sages also sneered. Inside the Jade Lake, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing light. He let out a long roar that shattered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a god of war that could split the world apart. Inside his body, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, "Little guy, that's enough. Hurry up and move. I don't have much time." Although he had the soul anchoring pearl, there wasn't much time left for the 9 Sun Sword Saint. After hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, he took a step forward. After taking a step, the golden runes under his feet flickered and turned into a golden dragon. Heaven and earth shook and the void collapsed. There was nothing that could stop it. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived outside the Jade Lake. A terrifying force shook the surroundings and swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Jade Lake knelt down, trembling. Not only that, but the ancient army outside also prostrated on the ground. Apart from the vicinity of the Jade Lake, all the living beings in the entire eastern wasteland knelt on the ground again. Their faces were filled with fear. What was going on? Could it be that an extreme weapon was used? Heavens, could it be that the Jade Lake collapsed? Apart from the eastern wasteland, the middle ground, and the western desert, the experts in the entire true spirit world were also trembling. Their gazes turned to the distant east. Damn it, what was going on? Look, it's not an extreme weapon, it's a person. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, a few sect masters screamed. They discovered that the terrifying aura wasn't an extreme weapon, but a human figure. Who was that? Could it be that the great emperor of the ancients had revived? This shocked them greatly. The aura emitted by the other party was not inferior to an extreme weapon at all. Only a great emperor could emit such an aura. However, the light was too bright. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Golden light. That's the 9 Sun divine body. It's Lin Xian. Heavens, how did his power increase again? Those living fossils had faces full of shock. Could it be that it's the peak state of the greater success divine body? As soon as those words were said, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the saints of the great sage lands had joined forces to restore Lin Xian's greater success divine body to its peak. Could it be that the human race was going to attack the 10,000 ancient races again? This was truly a shocking piece of news. At this moment, all the sect masters watched in silence, their bodies trembling. On the other hand, the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. Especially the ancient saints, their pupils constricted. Damn it, it's not an extreme weapon. They also saw the golden figure in the sky. Had the great emperor revived? Chapter 2890. Because the other party's aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Only a great emperor could make them feel so hopeless. No, damn it, I don't believe it. They screamed crazily. How was this possible? How could there be a living great emperor of the human race? They were crazy. One had to know that the appearance of a great emperor was an existence that dominated the world. Even if the other families had extreme weapons, they wouldn't be able to contend against a true great emperor. Because the difference was too great. Previously, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could destroy the human race, or at least make the human race slaves again. But now, a great emperor had actually appeared in the human race, which made them despair. If the great emperor of the human race attacked, none of the 10,000 ancient races would be able to resist. These 10,000 ancient races were really panicking. No, it wasn't a real great emperor, it was that kid. The eyes of the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like divine chains that pierced through the void. He finally screamed. It was that kid from before. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? This should be the power of a great success divine body. That's not right. I've already seen the 9-yang divine body before. Although it's very powerful, it's far from this level. The other ancestors also frowned. The face of the ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons was pale. It was probably the peak state of a great success divine body. What, a great success divine body in its peak state? It was rumored that it was comparable to a great emperor. How did he recover? Damn it, how did this kid do it? The patriarchs roared like they had gone mad. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes opening and closing as he swept his gaze in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz. Those ancient kings exploded with a loud bang, and the ancient army below also turned into a bloody mist. No! Damn it, block it! Block him! They roared crazily. In an instant, the image of 10,000 dragons appeared. Tens of thousands of auras hung down, covering the countless ancient army. The other ancient creatures that survived trembled and peed their pants in fear. It was too terrifying. The other party only glanced at them, and the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races shattered into a bloody mist. What kind of power was this? If the other party attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Damn kid, how dare you attack us? Kill him, I must kill him. The primeval saints roared. The 10,000 dragons diagram was activated, and it unleashed a shocking attack. 10,000 dragons roared and charged toward Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. Wherever it passed, the laws and energy of the 10,000 dragons portrait were quickly destroyed. Then, the sky-covering hand grabbed the 10,000 dragons portrait. Roar! The 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into countless dragons that roared in the sky, but they were unable to break free from this large hand. Damn it! He actually managed to grab the myriad dragons diagram. This was what it meant to be able to catch an imperial weapon barehanded. The ancient creatures were terrified. In the jade pool, the human warriors were also stunned when they saw this scene. Was this the power of a great success divine body that was comparable to a great emperor? He was indeed too powerful. That was an emperor weapon. Yet, the other party was able to hold it so easily. Grabbing the 10,000 dragons picture, Lin Xian looked down again. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the saints split open, and their blood splattered everywhere. What? Even the saints couldn't withstand a single glance from him. What kind of existence was this? The 10,000 ancient races had really gone crazy. The bodies of the patriarchs also split open as they retreated crazily. They frantically activated the 10,000 dragons picture, and the other supreme weapons were also quickly recovering. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the 10,000 dragons picture into the outer realm. In the next moment, his cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Do you really think that the human race doesn't have any powerhouses? Just as well, I'll go to the territory of the 10,000 ancient races today. At this point, he took a step forward, and countless Tao runes appeared under his feet. They directly stretched into the distance, forming a golden dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. With a single step, the mountains and rivers changed, and time and space rotated. Lin Xian instantly disappeared in the sky. Not good. The primeval saints all screamed. From what they heard, the other party wanted to attack their nest. Damn it, an existence comparable to a great emperor was attacking their nest. How could they resist? Not good, protect the dragon prince. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. They also tore through the void and flew towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boz. Middle ground, Qinling Mountains. Millions of dragon veins coiled above the ground like giant dragons. At this moment, the void in the sky cracked open, and golden Tao runes gathered. A golden god of war walked out of the crack. It was Lin Xian. The moment he appeared, a terrifying pressure filled the entire middle ground. All the living beings of the middle ground prostrated on the ground, trembling. Was the great emperor here? The faces of these living beings were filled with terror. The saints of the Tai dynasty, Grand Xia dynasty, and the other sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Damn it, who was it? At this moment, countless people's gazes were focused on the Qinling Mountains. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The primeval saints of the dragons also opened their eyes. Although they didn't break the divine crystal, they all floated up. Not good, a strong enemy is attacking. Quickly protect the crown prince. Countless figures danced and surrounded the golden dragon. The golden dragon's expression was also solemn, and there was a trace of shock in his golden eyes. What a terrifying aura, it made him tremble. What was it? Had the great emperor really awakened? Boz. In the next moment, a large palm grabbed over from the sky, and the void above instantly cracked open. Lin Xian directly broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless dragon chi rolled and soared into the sky. Damn it, who was this person? The saints in the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed in horror. This method was too terrifying. Their nest of 10,000 dragons was a forbidden area, and no one could break in. However, the other party broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons with a casual palm. No. Damn it. How dare you? At this moment, the saints and primeval saints also charged over. They brought the 10,000 dragons portrait and descended. Great, we're saved. We have the 10,000 dragons portrait, we can definitely kill him. The dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. The dragon crown prince also snorted coldly. No matter who you are. You will definitely die today. Men, use the 10,000 dragons portrait and kill him. Boom. The 10,000 dragons portrait revived and charged toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had a peak greater mastery divine body, comparable to a great emperor. How powerful was he? The 9 yang divine sword directly blasted the 10,000 dragons portrait away. Boom! Boom! The 10,000 dragons portrait flew into the outer realm, and the people in the nest of 10,000 dragons were all dumbfounded. Who was this person? He caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands and sent the 10,000 dragons portrait flying. Was the other party really a great emperor revived? Because only the great emperors of the ancient times could do this. He had a greater mastery divine body, he had a greater mastery 9 yang divine body. Chapter 2891. If you dare to touch our dragon prince, we swear that even if we have to leave our last drop of blood, we will destroy the human race. Many of the ancient saints roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swept out a few fingers, and the bodies of those saints exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This scene made everyone tremble in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. Heavens, it was too terrifying. The saints in their eyes were like ants in front of the other party. They were killed at will. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the little golden dragon amidst the dragon energy. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. The dragon blood in the other party's body was too powerful. Was this the son of a great emperor? He was indeed too strong. Just this bloodline alone, even if the other party didn't cultivate, he could grow to an unimaginable level. The little golden dragon, the dragon prince, was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze. His body instantly tensed up. He let out an unwilling roar, wanting to resist. However, although he was the dragon prince, the son of the dragon emperor, but facing a peak great success divine body, it was still not enough. Therefore, his roar was completely useless. Not only that, a crack even appeared on his body. No, damn it, stop. You can't do this. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. The others also had looks of despair on their faces. That was their dragon prince. Sure enough, the dragon prince roared as drops of golden dragon blood rolled down his body. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. But the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to defeat him. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Was this feeling very hopeless? When you launched the dark chaos and targeted the human race, did you ever think that the human race was also in despair? At that time, the human race also pleaded for mercy, but what did you do? Do you want me to remind you? Lin Xian's cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, all the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons trembled. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. We were wrong. We apologize. Please show mercy. They could only lower their heads in front of the other party. This scene was observed by countless experts with their souls. They were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. The nest of 10,000 dragons and the far ancient royal family actually admitted defeat. This was simply too shocking. Especially on the side of the human race, they were extremely excited. This was great, as expected, a peak great success divine body intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other ancient race experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons had submitted, so how could they resist? Why don't we quickly use the 3 monarch weapons to kill this kid? One of the Fire Qilin Cave's patriarchs quickly spoke. That was because he was extremely unwilling. However, the other members of the ancient theocrats all shook their heads. Forget it. If he managed to escape, what awaited him would be a crazy revenge. Our master, the princes, and princesses would most likely be killed with a single glance. They didn't dare to take the risk. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons apologized and then said, "Don't worry, we definitely won't cause any more chaos. We will not ask for too much. We will live in peace with the human race." Is that so? But I don't really believe your words. Lin Xian coldly snorted. We are willing to swear that these ancient saints screamed crazily. All right, swear on your dragon prince's life that there will be no more chaos. Otherwise, your dragon prince will definitely be destroyed in body and soul. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of all the dragons used in the suppression of 10,000 dragons palpitated wildly. This was a vicious oath. Once they swore it, if they really went back on their word, their dragon prince would have to take this oath in the future. But now, if they didn't swear, the other party might directly kill their dragon prince. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and said, "All right, we swear." The primeval saints quickly swore oaths. "Remember what you said. You are not allowed to attack the human race." Lin Xian turned around and left. Countless Dao runes interweaved under his feet, carrying him as if the celestial arch was traveling into the distance. Who? The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons all fell to the ground, panting heavily. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons also survived the calamity. The dragon prince was so angry that he went crazy. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He was the son of the dragon emperor, high and mighty. In the future, he would definitely become the new dragon emperor and rule over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But now, he was actually being threatened by someone. Moreover, he couldn't fight back. This was unbearable. Damn it, who is he? Who is he? I must kill him. Lin Xian ignored this roar. He intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons and then flew to his next target. His time was limited, and he didn't want to start a war directly. After all, if they fought, the human race wouldn't have any advantage. What he needed to do now was to intimidate these 10,000 ancient races so that they wouldn't dare to attack the human race casually. His second target was naturally the divine Phoenix Ridge and the Phoenix race. When Lin Xian arrived, countless cracks appeared on the divine Phoenix Ridge. It couldn't withstand this terrifying energy at all. We admit defeat, we admit our mistakes. The divine Phoenix Ridge was very straightforward and directly came out. Several saints swore on the spot and paid a large number of ancient treasures. They had no choice. They had all seen what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They didn't want to experience the same thing again. Next, Lin Xian continued to head to the Fire Qilin Cave. The Fire Qilin Cave also lowered its head and admitted its mistakes. There was nothing they could do. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge had admitted their mistakes. What was the use of persisting? In addition to the 3 royal families, Lin Xian looked at 2 other mysterious places. 2 extreme weapons had once appeared in these 2 places. Clearly, they were also 2 royal families. However, the other party was more mysterious. But Lin Xian still looked over. The 2 mysterious royal families also swore a poison oath not to start a dark rebellion. Next, Lin Xian swept his gaze over the ancient royal families. These primordial royal clans were much worse than the imperials. Therefore, they didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In just 2 steps, he could go from one ancient race to another. In an instant, the 10,000 ancient races all received warnings and threats. Facing Lin Xian, they trembled and didn't dare to make a move. Very good, now it was time to sign the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless golden laws interweaved in the sky, forming a golden scroll. On the human side, Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, and the saints of the sacred grounds and great sects all soared into the sky. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races also arrived. They discussed with each other and finally signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. The human race and the 10,000 ancient races coexisted peacefully in this world. To be honest, the 10,000 ancient races were very unwilling to accept such a treaty. However, Lin Xian was still eyeing them covetously from the side, so they could only pinch their noses and sign. Seeing that they had signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. In other words, in this era, there would be a great emperor who could successfully open the immortal gate and become the legendary immortal. And to become an immortal, one had to first become a great emperor. However, becoming a great emperor was simply too difficult. Countless geniuses would embark on the path of becoming a great emperor, but in the end, only one person could reach the peak. And in this era, the difficulty would increase by 100 times. This was because in the past, it was only an internal competition of the human race. But in this era, the 10,000 ancient races had revived. In addition to the geniuses of the other sacred grounds, the geniuses of the human race would also have to face the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. They would also have to face the princes and princesses. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. The path of becoming a great emperor this time would probably surpass the past. It was something that no one could predict. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He would definitely walk the path of becoming a great emperor. So what if the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races appeared? So what if the princes and princesses appeared? He had to defeat all the strong opponents and successfully reach the peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion. First, he restored his body to its peak state. Then, Lin Xian began to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. This time, after entering the greater success divine body, Lin Xian knew what the final state of the 9-yang divine body was like. This was very clear about the path he wanted to take in the future. Therefore, this cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, his 9-yang divine body broke through and reached the 3rd level. Reaching the 3rd level, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His 9-yang divine body could be considered to have entered the small success stage. Not only that, this time, Lin Xian obtained the cultivation method of the last 6 levels of the 9-yang divine body. At the same time, he also obtained the cultivation method of the 9-yang sword technique. It could be said that he was now the true successor of the 9-yang divine body. Of course, at the same time, he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. He was looking forward to the fusion of the Great Dragon sword spirit and the 9-yang sword technique. Lin Xian still remembered the power of the fusion. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Next, Lin Xian began to comprehend the 9-yang sword technique. The 9-yang sword technique was divided into 9 levels. Lin Xian began to comprehend the first level. This meditation lasted for a year. A year later, he opened his eyes and came out of seclusion. He had already mastered the first level of the 9-yang sword technique. He felt that he had encountered some bottlenecks and needed to come out to train. How was the situation outside? Lin Xian asked. That day, after the dark turmoil subsided, his father, Wine Lord, Xia Jiuyo, and the others left together. Lin Xian did not have time to meet with them. However, before leaving, Lin Xian also said that he wanted Lin Xian to break through to the Sage Realm as soon as possible. In the future, they would have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side. Lin Xian was filled with anticipation. The opportunity to fight side by side. Could it be that there would be even more terrifying things in the future? He did not know. However, he knew that increasing his strength was the only way. Palace Master, this is the main thing that happened in the past year. The Immortal Palace Elder brought over some scrolls. These were all information from a year ago. Lin Xian scanned it with his soul spirit and nodded slightly. Just as he thought, after the dark turmoil subsided, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races came out one after another. Because he had suppressed the 10,000 ancient races, the territories of the 10,000 ancient races were not too big. Therefore, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races often appeared in the various cities of the human race. At first, the human race was extremely shocked and could not adapt to it. However, after a year, they gradually accepted the existence of a few long monster heads on the side of the road from time to time. Although the 10,000 ancient races were unruly and fierce, they had signed the archaic Treaty of Alliance. Therefore, they would not casually attack the human race. For a time, both sides were safe and sound. However, the clashes between the top geniuses became more and more intense. Chapter 2893. The world changed once again. Because Lin Xian had come out. Lin Xian, such a resounding name. It could be said that everyone in the quintessential world knew of him. From martial artists to sages, although they might not have seen Lin Xian before, they all knew of this name. Because they knew that it was Lin Xian who had quelled the Darkness Rebellion. The 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth in anger. Their sages were not allowed to attack, but those below the sages snorted coldly. Especially those prodigies. They all said that Lin Xian was the protector of the human race who had quelled the Darkness Rebellion, and that he had only borrowed the power of a greater mastery divine body. That's right. How could he be compared to the sages with his own power? Not to mention the sages, he couldn't even beat them. Many powerful prodigies said that they would kill Lin Xian with their own hands. Because they now knew that Lin Xian had only been able to display such power because he had obtained the corpse of a greater mastery divine body. Without the greater mastery divine body, there was no need for them to fear Lin Xian. Water Moon City. It was a very famous giant city in the middle ground. It was vast and boundless, like a small pot. At this moment, in addition to countless human martial artists, there were also many ancient creatures in the city. These 10,000 ancient races also walked or lived in Water Moon City. After more than a year, the martial artists in Water Moon City had already gotten used to it. But today, they were shocked again because these ancient creatures in Water Moon City were very excited. They were greeted by a few terrifying figures. One of them emitted a platinum light, and with every step he took, the entire city shook. This was a prodigy of the silver race. Young master, you're here. Countless primordial life forms of the silver clan surrounded that prodigy. Wang. A green-faced man with fangs walked in, looking like a devil that had crawled out of hell. He was a prodigy of the green ghost race. There was another who was even more terrifying. His body emitted a golden light, and he had a pair of golden wings on his back. He was like an angel descending from the sky. This was a prodigy of the Sky Rock race. This time, they weren't ordinary geniuses. They were all core geniuses. Some of them were even young lords of their respective clans. After all, Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was one of the top prodigies of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races naturally had to send out their top prodigies to fight him. Other than that, there was also the young Yiksha king, a prodigy of the Yiksha clan. The prodigy of the Black Tiger clan. In fact, a few young dragons walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon blood on their bodies surged. The dragon patterns on their bodies were abnormally powerful. As soon as they appeared, those archaic creatures all bowed respectfully. It couldn't be helped. Dragons were the most sacred existences in their eyes. Although it wasn't the Dragon Crown Prince who had come this time, they were still top geniuses among the dragon race. They had gathered in Shueiyue City to discuss how to kill Lin Xian. Of course, they would not launch a sneak attack. They would kill him openly in front of the whole world. Damn it. These primeval life forms are truly too arrogant. How long has it been? It's only been a year. Have they already forgotten the pain from before? There were also some human cultivators who snorted coldly. Among them, there were quite a number of Lin Xian's followers. That's right. How could they be a match for great god Lin Xian? Even their patriarch wasn't a match for great god Lin Xian, let alone them. A series of discussions could be heard. After those prodigies heard it, their faces turned gloomy. The primeval life forms beside them sneered. Foolish humans, what do you know? That brat was arrogant before because he relied on the corpse of a greater success stage divine body. Without the corpse of a greater success stage divine body, how could he be a match for our patriarch? That's right. Our patriarch can kill him with a single glance. Not to mention our patriarch, he can't even defeat our young lord. Just you wait. Today, we will let you see the strength of our young lord. These primeval life forms gritted their teeth in anger. Indeed, the dark turmoil a year ago was their greatest humiliation. Therefore, today, they would use the blood of the other party to wash away this humiliation. Among them, the young lord of the Baiyin clan even snorted coldly. If he dares to come, I will take his head with my hand. This person was very powerful. As he spoke, the entire void trembled. It couldn't be helped. The Baiyin clan one was known as the uncrowned king. His strength was truly terrifying. As expected, his voice shook the surrounding human cultivators, causing their blood to boil. They kept retreating with trembling faces. Too powerful. Although these primeval life forms were arrogant, their strength was really too strong. Most likely, not many people here would be able to contend against him. Take off my head with one hand. Is that so? You're very arrogant. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. Those primeval life forms rarely appeared in the void. It's you. Lin Xian, great god Lin Xian is here. The human cultivators also screamed. As expected, the person who descended from the sky was none other than Lin Xian. He was dressed in a black robe that carried an indescribable weight. His eyes were like stars that had been extinguished. In an instant, he arrived at Water Moon City. He arrived in front of these primeval life forms. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon also came out. He looked at the other party with a face full of excitement. Great, there was primeval blood to drink. He stared at the primeval life forms and grinned. Damn it, you're courting death. These primeval life forms were so angry that they vomited blood. The other party actually dared to have designs on them and treat them as prey. How could they tolerate this? Kid, you're too arrogant. Now that you don't have the corpse of a phenomenal success divine body to rely on, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. The prodigies of the dragon tribe stepped forward. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. That day, the other party used a phenomenal success divine body to suppress their nest of 10,000 dragons. This made everyone know, and it also made them lose face. Therefore, today, they must wash away their shame with blood. The other primeval life forms also snorted coldly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. I was wondering who it was. You want to challenge me? So it's you losers. His disdainful voice sounded. Even your saints and patriarchs are no match for me. How dare you ants be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You're courting death. The primeval life forms of the nest of 10,000 dragons were furious. The god empress and the other primeval life forms were also furious. The other party's indifferent attitude made their lungs about to explode. Damn it, I want to see what right you have to be arrogant today. The two dragons stood out. On the other side, the Silver Race, Blue Ghoul Race, and Yiksha Race all came out and surrounded Lin Xian. Chapter 2894. Terrifying phantoms surrounded them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, suppressing the humans until their faces turned pale. Even the invincible king swallowed his saliva, unable to resist at all. So powerful, too powerful. These primordial geniuses were too terrifying. They could already kill invincible kings. Indeed, the older generation of the human race sighed. They had to admit that their bloodlines were heaven-defying and their strength was terrifying. I'm afraid there aren't many in the younger generation of the human race who can compete with them. These human powerhouses trembled in fear, but Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the primordial geniuses in front of him calmly. You want to challenge me? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But think carefully. The outcome of challenging me is death. As he finished speaking, a biting cold aura erupted from his body and shot into the clouds. Do you think you can kill us? Without a greater success, divine body, you're nothing. One of the dragons stood out. He had a ferocious dragon head and his body was covered in scales. Behind him, there was a huge tail that was incomparably ferocious. I can kill you in 3 moves. This dragon's prodigy was incomparably domineering. Watch carefully. My first move is to die. The dragon's prodigy roared as the blood in his body rumbled. Dragon blood surged. Streams of dragon blood appeared and formed swords of killing intent. Together with the fists of the dragon race prodigy, the swords of killing intent continued to smash forward. So terrifying. Each killing sword could easily kill an invincible king. The dragon's prodigy was too terrifying. Heavens, his cultivation realm is only that of a peerless almighty, but he can actually release such terrifying combat strength. The human cultivators were terrified. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. As expected of the dragon's prodigy. He was indeed powerful. That brat was definitely dead. This time, there was at least 29,000 points of ancient power. Die, brat. The dragon's prodigy revealed a sinister smile as his cold eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He realized that he had overestimated his opponent. Perhaps this attack could kill him. Whoosh! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't move at all. He only attacked when the other party was 10 meters away from him. He was very fast. In an instant, he retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. So much so that no one could see clearly how he had made his move. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the killing swords formed from dragon blood exploded, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sky. The dragon's prodigy's body split into 2 from the middle. With a thud, he fell to the ground. What? Everyone's expressions stiffened in disbelief. He was dead. An incomparably terrifying genius of the dragon race, an attack that could easily pierce through an invincible king, had been neutralized just like that. Moreover, even the prodigy's prodigy. How was this possible? Damn it, did Lin to the prodigy to. It was too fast. He didn't see clearly what kind of divine ability he had used. He didn't know. It seemed like a casual attack, but these people went crazy. The human experts widened their eyes in disbelief. The primordial creatures were even more shocked. Especially the primordial prodigies, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. That was a prodigy of the dragons. He was so powerful that even the older primordial kings might not be his match. However, he was killed in a single move. What was going on? Damn it, what trick did this brat play? Sneak attack, he must have sneak attacked. Damn it, he couldn't have used a sacred weapon, right? These people's faces were also full of shock, because they also didn't see clearly what had happened. Lin Xian stood with his hands crossed. He looked at the corpse of the dragon's prodigy below with a cold smile. Then, he looked up and swept his gaze forward. Who else wants to challenge me? Hurry up and come. Everyone fell silent when he said that. No one from the 10,000 Archean races made a sound. No one stepped forward. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice, the other party was too powerful. They originally thought that the other party was an ant without a greater success divine body that they could easily kill. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. Even if the other party didn't have a greater success divine body to rely on, his true strength was still very terrifying. Damn it, I don't believe it. He can't be so strong. He must have used some kind of forbidden technique. A prodigy of the Yiksha race snorted. I'll kill you. The moment he came up, he unleashed his fiendish night realm and enveloped the entire space. No matter how strong the other party's attack was, he would first use his strongest defense. Then, he waved the long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Die, brat. The power of the spear was terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than the previous prodigy of the dragon's prodigy. The Yiksha race was also a very terrifying race. They were extremely cruel and violent, and they were very powerful. Seeing this scene, the human warriors held their breaths again. Meanwhile, the primordial prodigies all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see clearly what kind of ultimate move the other party was using. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. When the Yiksha prodigy arrived, he threw out a punch. This punch was extremely violent. It was like the fist of the god of war. It engulfed the sky and swept up the divine flames. Boom! One punch was enough to shatter heaven and earth. The Yiksha's fiendish night realm suddenly shattered. The divine spear was blasted into pieces, and so was the body of the Yiksha prodigy. Dead, dead again. Another primordial prodigy was killed in one move. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The primordial prodigies were the same. They saw clearly that the other party didn't use a forbidden weapon, nor was it a weapon of a sage. Instead, he threw out a punch. Damn it, when did this brat's 9-yang divine body become so powerful? Damn it, don't tell me he still has a greater success divine body. The primordial prodigies were going crazy. They quickly retreated and put a safe distance between them. There was no choice. It was too suspicious. 1 pound. The dark red divine dragon sneered. A bunch of idiots. If he really has a greater success divine body, do you think you can survive? You probably can't even withstand a glance from him. As he said that, he put away the bodies of the dragons and Yiksha prodigies. He could make a good tonic soup later. Pfft. As soon as he said that, the human warriors' mouths twitched. The primordial prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. What? Is he really going to eat us? Damn it, he's treating us as food. This was intolerable. This brat is too strange. Let's hurry back and find out more about him first. The primordial beasts were unwilling to stay any longer. They decided to leave first. Because the other party was too terrifying. They turned around, but a voice was heard. Wait, did I say you can leave? As soon as the voice was heard, the primordial prodigies froze. Then, they turned around and roared angrily. Damn brat, how dare you stop us? Chapter 2895. Do you want to die? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can fight against all of us? At most, we'll attack together. Can you fight against us? The archaic sky prides roared crazily. The other party had killed 2 of their companions on the spot. Not only that, he even wanted to stop them. The other party was too arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. You guys are so arrogant. Didn't you think that you went overboard when you wanted to kill me? What's wrong now? Can't take it anymore. I'm just using the same method to return the favor to you. Lin Xian walked forward and stared at the sky pride from the Silver Clan. You were the one who said you could take my head with one hand, right? Alright, I'll stand here and wait for you. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Damn it. The sky pride from the Silver Clan changed his expression. Lin Xian was targeting him. This was not a good thing. Previously, he had said confidently that the other party was an ant that he could kill with one hand. However, after watching the previous 2 battles, he changed his mind. The other party was strong and definitely not weaker than him. Even if he went all out, he was not confident that he could kill the other party. Therefore, what he said about taking the other party's head with one hand didn't count at all. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Xian sneered. Why? You don't dare. I heard that the Silver Clan is called the Uncrowned King. Is that all you have? Oh, that's right. Your ancestor was killed by a human with one punch. I guess a junior like you can't do much. Get lost. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. Kid, you're courting death. The sky pride from the Silver Clan was enraged when he heard that. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you. The sky pride stood out. Silver light bloomed on his body, turning into a terrifying mountain that pressed down on the void. Although the other party was strong, he was very confident in himself. The Silver Clan had a strong physique and terrifying bloodline power. So what if the other party had the 9-yang divine body? He didn't think that his physique would lose to the other party. Kid, I'll let you know that the Silver Clan is not to be trifled with. The sky pride of the Silver race said coldly. Lin Xian waved his hand and stretched out one of his hands while the other remained behind his back. How about this, I'll give you a handicap of one hand. One hand, I'll take off your head. The other party had said this before, but Lin Xian was going to do it. He wanted to use his most powerful stance to suppress his opponent. The genius of the Silver Tribe was so angry that he was trembling. How dare the other party look down on him? With a furious roar, his body shone with boundless light. Brat, today is the day you die. With a sway of his body, he tore through the void and charged over. In an instant, he rushed in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his palm and slammed it down, causing the void to collapse. The silver light on his body soared into the clouds, forming a silver storm that danced in the sky. The experts of the human race were breathing heavily. They were pressed to the ground, unable to resist. It was too terrifying. This palm strike truly had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Was this the Bain clan? He was too powerful. As expected of the uncrowned king. Even those ancient life forms were trembling in fear. Looking at the palm strike, their faces were full of fear. That brat was dead meat. He had definitely underestimated the Bain clan. The title of uncrowned king was not for nothing. Gee, the archaic sky pride, snorted coldly. The people of the human race also felt their scalps go numb. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party was very powerful. He had surpassed the sky prides of the human race. There were probably not many among the younger generation of the human race who could compete with him. The title of uncrowned king was indeed well-deserved. However, it was a pity that the other party had encountered him. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a grab, he directly pierced through the silver light that filled the sky. On his palm, there was the 9 suns' divine fire and golden runes flickering. It was as if the palm of the golden god of war was grabbing in the air. Boom! Boom! The silver light was broken, and the terrifying power was shattered. The golden palm directly grabbed the head of the Bain clan. With a crack, the other party's neck was broken. Poof! Silver blood splattered, and the head of the Bain clan prodigy was forcefully torn off. Ah! The Bain clan prodigy roared crazily as blood flowed continuously. His body did not have a head, but he still charged towards Lin Xian. However, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's kick, directly disappearing into the clouds. His head was lifted into the air by Lin Xian, and he let out a miserable cry. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The head of the Bain clan prodigy opened his mouth and spat out a silver stream. It was like a silver sword that flew directly towards Lin Xian's head. He wanted to cut off Lin Xian's head too. With a clang, 2 balls of golden light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes and directly sent the silver flying sword flying. In the next moment, he exerted force in his palm, and the other party's head was covered in cracks. He was on the verge of death, as if he would split open at any time. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. In one move, the other party had removed the head of the Bain clan prodigy. Heavens! They originally thought that Lin Xian was just saying that to suppress the other party's arrogance. However, they did not expect that the other party was not just saying that. The other party had used actual actions to prove his words. He had removed the other party's head with one hand. Impossible! Damn it, this is absolutely impossible. How could this brat be so powerful? The other prodigies of the 10,000 Archean races were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. The Archean creatures knelt on the ground, trembling. The experts of the human race were also stunned. Was this the strength of the human race's top prodigy? He was too powerful, far surpassing the other Archean prodigies. The Bain clan prodigy screamed crazily as his head was lifted into the air. Damn it, I don't believe it. He was really crazy. He was so powerful that he had reached 30,000 Archean power. Among the younger generation of the Archean era, he was an extremely terrifying existence. One had to know that an ordinary holy sun only had 18,000 to 18,000 Archean power. Even the top holy princes only had over 20,000 Archean powers. But he had 30,000 Archean power. He had far surpassed the human race's prodigies. Therefore, he did not take any human prodigies seriously. But now, the other party had removed his head in one move. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party's strength had exceeded 30,000 Archean power? Moreover, it should be far beyond his. How could there be such a terrifying existence among the younger generation of the human race? Lin Xian sneered. Now, do you still dare to challenge me? Damn brat, I was too careless. Let go of me, and we will fight to the death again. I will definitely not lose to you. The Bain clan prodigy roared crazily. He could not accept this fact. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Let you go. You are too naive. I said that you can fight me, but the price is death. Chapter 2896. You want to kill me? The Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe screamed in horror. You can't kill me. I'm from the Silver Tribe. We're the uncrowned kings. If you kill me, the Silver Tribe won't let me off. Lin Xian sneered. This kind of threat doesn't affect me. You'd better come up with some other reason. Otherwise, I won't let you off. You're courting death. At this moment, there was a roar. In the distance, the headless corpse charged over again. 2 silver spears appeared in his hands and pierced through the void. They turned into silver dragons and descended from the sky, trying to save the head. This was an all-out attack. He had even used the power of his bloodline. However, it was shattered by Lin Xian's punch. The 9 Suns' divine fist directly smashed the headless corpse into pieces. What other tricks do you have? Use them now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. The divine fire on his body spread, and his palm was covered with a terrifying divine light. It was like a sun. No! Damn it! The Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe was in despair. He didn't have any trump cards to use now. Even if he used them, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Xian. That was because Lin Xian didn't use any superpower pills. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back with just his physical strength. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the 9 Suns' divine fire, a majestic voice came from the sky. Junior, let go of him or die. The voice was like thunder, accompanied by thousands of silver lights that turned into sharp swords that descended from the sky. They shrouded Lin Xian. However, as soon as the silver lights descended, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed the Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe Sky Pride's head, crushing it into pieces. The soul screamed and tried to escape, but Lin Xian flicked out a sword light and destroyed it. The sword light of the great dragon sword soul could destroy the void, let alone the opponent's soul. What? His soul is destroyed. The archaic Sky Pride was terrified. The archaic creatures were so scared that they pissed their pants. What kind of technique is this? He directly killed the Sky Pride of the Silver Tribe. It was too terrifying. In the sky, the expert who suddenly appeared also roared, "You're courting death." Following his fury, the silver sword light that filled the sky transformed into a terrifying rain of swords. It was like a meteor that descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! The void cracked open, and the entire ancient city shook. This was too terrifying. Were they going to destroy the entire city? The martial artists inside were terrified. It had been more than a year since something like this had happened. Who would have thought that after Lin Xian came out, such a shocking battle would occur again? If the city was destroyed, all of them would be killed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge, because if he did, the city would be affected. Therefore, he waved his fist and charged forward. Boom! The 9 Suns' divine fist was unleashed with an imposing aura. It was as if thousands of suns were soaring into the sky. It collided with the silver light that filled the sky, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The void turned into nothingness, spreading in all directions. Those who were slightly weaker directly fainted from the shock. Those who were stronger also felt their chi and blood churn. Fortunately, the fist wasn't aimed at them. Just the aftermath of the energy was already too much for them to handle. If they were hit by the energy, no one would be able to stop it. After the attack, the silver light that filled the sky disappeared, and the 9 Suns' divine fist also slowly dissipated in the sky. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes turned into sharp swords that pierced through the void. Who's that? How dare you attack me? He frowned. In other words, the other party didn't use his full strength at all. Heavens, he didn't use his full strength, but he was able to kill the Silver Clan's prodigy in one move. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would it be? Could it be that he can really contend against an archaic king? They didn't dare to imagine. In the sky, the Silver Clan's archaic king also frowned. He had to admit that the other party was very powerful. His aura was beyond his expectations. No wonder he could kill the Silver Clan's prodigy. But so what? No matter how strong the other party was, he was no match for him. He definitely had to kill the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Murderous intent surged from his body, turning into a killing god domain that suppressed downward. "I'm not afraid of you," Lin Xian shouted coldly. Endless flames condensed, forming a flame sword that he held in his hand. Chapter 2897. Just as the battle was about to break out, a thunderous voice sounded. "Stop!" In Watermoon City, a few figures quickly rose into the air and arrived nearby in an instant. They arrived in the air and blocked Lin Xian and the Silver Race's primordial king. The three people who came out were the invincible kings of the human race. They were here to stop the battle. Seeing this scene, the human race cultivators heaved a sigh of relief, while the primordial elites snorted coldly. Especially the Silver Race's primordial king. His voice was cold. "You dare to stop me?" He frowned. "You dare to stop me? Die!" It had to be said that the Silver Race's primordial king was too domineering. He didn't put the human invincible kings in his eyes at all. The human invincible kings also had gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lin Xian waved his hand. "Everyone, don't worry about me. I'll stand with him." His face was also cold. The other party was too arrogant. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? After the dark turmoil last time, his strength had increased greatly. The 9-yang divine body was now at the small success stage. It was definitely not something that the other party could underestimate. The other party actually dared to provoke him today. He would let the other party know the consequences of provoking him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to fight the primordial king. Heavens, this was too shocking. One had to know. Lin Xian was no longer in the large success stage divine body, but with his own strength. Fighting the primordial king head-on was definitely not an ordinary battle strength. The primordial king was even stronger than the invincible kings of the human race. Moreover, the other party's bloodline power was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary young geniuses to challenge someone of a higher level. But now, Lin Xian was so determined. Could it be that he really had the strength to fight against the primordial king? Even the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Soon, they sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. That's right, he was probably blinded by anger. Who did he think he was? Was he still in the large success stage divine body? These people sneered disdainfully. In the sky, the three invincible kings of the human race frowned. The Silver Race's primordial king sneered. "What a reckless brat. Since you want to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish." He looked towards the three invincible kings of the human race. "You heard it. He was the one who took the initiative to fight with me. Why aren't you scramming?" He took a step forward, and the murderous aura on his body surged. It was as if it had turned into a vast silver ocean that swept over from all directions. Damn it! The three invincible kings of the human clan also roared furiously and launched terrifying attacks one after another. The attacks of the two sides collided, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. After that attack, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian. You really want to attack? Lin Xian nodded firmly. However, the three unrivaled kings still frowned. They said, since you all want to fight, then we can fight. However, Whole Master Lin was from the younger generation after all. Why not set the time limit of 10 moves? Lin Xian was the benefactor of the entire human race who had stopped the great chaos of the Dark World. These three invincible kings naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. However, given the current situation, they had no choice but to fight. Therefore, they set the time limit of 10 moves. Thinking about it, Lin Xian should be able to resist them. Alright, as you wish. The primordial king of the silver race revealed a sinister smile. Not to mention 10 moves, he could kill the other party in one move. Therefore, he didn't care at all. He was still confident that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? Next, I'll let you know what it means to have an invincible physical body. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a sneer. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he was very terrifying. Even if his opponent was an invincible king and had a silver body, he might not be able to compete with him. In the next moment, his arm was like a dragon as he attacked again. 5 fingers like a mountain, descending from the sky. You're courting death. Seeing that his opponent dared to take the initiative to attack, the silver race's king was furious. His white hair fluttered, and silver runes shone around him. Accompanied by his fist, he blasted forward. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the sound of an intense collision rang out. The void was torn open one after another. 2 moves, 3 moves, 10 moves. After 3 consecutive punches, the crowd was shocked again and again. Lin Xian's physical strength was indeed comparable to the silver race's invincible king. Chapter 2898. On the other hand, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem to withstand 10 moves. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. What Lin Xian wanted was not only to withstand the other party's attack. Buzz! At the 5th move, Lin Xian roared, and the 9-yang divine body emitted an even more resplendent light. With a wave of his palm, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand it. Bang! This palm slapped towards the other party's head. A terrifying golden light shot into the sky, vast and mighty, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. The 9-yang divine palm was incomparably terrifying, as if a peerless god of war had descended from the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Silver Fist. The Silver Clan's primordial king also snorted coldly and waved his fist. How could he lose to the other party in terms of physical strength? However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This collision actually caused cracks to appear on his arm. Silver blood dripped into the void. He was injured. The Silver King's palm actually cracked. Damn it! How was this possible? Everyone was stupefied. The Silver King even let out a miserable cry. He was stupefied, not daring to believe what he was seeing. Impossible, how could I be injured? With a furious roar, silver light flickered quickly, completely enveloping his arm and recovering. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's attack came again. The golden beast's palm covered the sky and the earth, blasting towards the other party's head. Damn it! The Silver King was completely enraged. He raised his arm again to block. Dang! At this moment, the bones in his arm also cracked, and blood burst out again. Lin Xian sneered. Killing me is easy. Today, I'll tear your mouth apart. He was indeed angry, so he didn't hold back at all. The 9-yang divine palm opened and closed, quickly blasting out one palm after another. The other party's arm was broken and deformed. In the end, the palm directly slapped the other party's face. With a crack, the other party's teeth were completely shattered, and half of his face was deformed. His body spun in the sky and blasted on the array formation in the distance. With a bang, the array formation shattered, and the Silver Clan's primordial king fell to the ground, vomiting blood continuously. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. In a contest of pure physical strength, the primeval king of the Argent clan had actually lost. Could it be that the 9-yang divine body was so terrifying? Or could it be that Lin Xian had already reached an extremely high level? He didn't know. The Archean prodigies were all stunned. Even the invincible kings were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Was this the pride of the Silver Clan? You're nothing in front of me. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such little capital? Old bastard, the fact that you can exchange 10 moves with me is the result of your hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation. If you were from the younger generation, I could kill you with one slap. Lin Xian shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. Hearing those words, the archaic king of the Baiyin clan spurted blood once more. He roared at the sky, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. The light on his body soared into the sky. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you. With a roar, a terrifying silver phantom appeared on his body. The entire ground was cracking, and the formation couldn't be controlled and would shatter at any time. Divine ability. At this moment, the primeval king of the Baiyin clan finally used his divine ability. He wanted to kill the other party at all costs. Seeing this scene, the 3 invincible kings of the human race had a change of expression. The 3 of them quickly attacked and landed. You said that you won't use your divine ability. Moreover, 10 moves have passed, you can't attack anymore. Kid, you're arrogant, but you'll regret it. My strength is not something that my stupid brother can compare to. You can fight me if you want, but not now. 1 month. 1 month later, we'll have a fair fight. I'll kill you with my own hands. After talking for so long, you still can't come out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll wait for you for a month then. 1 month later, I'll take your head in front of the whole world. At the end of his words, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and turned into a golden dragon that shot up into the sky. The silver figure was smashed into pieces. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the person who came out was an even more terrifying genius of the Silver Clan. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In fact, he smashed the other party's phantom directly. After doing all this, Lin Xian stared at the primordial king of the Silver Clan and said coldly, "Old thing, be more polite when you see me in the future." Chapter 2899. Kid, keep being stubborn. The primordial king of the Baiyin tribe was trembling with anger. However, since the prodigy of their tribe had decided to make a move on him a month later, no matter what, he would not make a move. Kid, I'll let you jump around for another month. After a month, you'll die a horrible death. After saying that, the primordial king of the Baiyin tribe left quickly. Light flickered on his face as his broken face and missing teeth grew back. He did not dare to stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would go crazy from anger. Phew. He was finally gone. The humans heaved a sigh of relief. A terrifying primordial king had left just like that. Lin Xian was really strong. Yes, he dared to fight the primordial king head-on without being at a disadvantage. He even slapped the king of Thailand. How domineering. Do you still want to continue fighting? After seeing the primordial king of the Baiyin tribe leave, Lin Xian looked at the surrounding prodigies. Those prodigies froze. What kind of joke is this? Continue fighting. The other party was so strong that they would not dare to make a move even if they were beaten to death. Therefore, those prodigies snorted. Kid, I'll see how you die in a month's time. That's right. Just you wait. You'll definitely be killed. Those prodigies also said a few words and left quickly. You're leaving just like that? Do you want to stew all of you? Bring more companions next time. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat. The dark red divine dragon stood behind them and waved its dragon claws as it spoke. Hearing that, those primordial creatures almost fell from the sky. They hurriedly fled. Damn, he's a terrifying glutton. He even dared to eat the corpses of dragons, let alone theirs. After seeing all the primordial creatures leave, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them cheered. God Lin Xian, you're amazing. God is mighty. God Lin Xian, I have some questions about cultivation. Can I ask you? Many people were envious. She was very nervous, and the light on her body flickered, showing her uneasiness. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Sure, if you have any problems, as long as I can help you, I will. That's great. The woman hurriedly asked some questions about the sword technique. She said that from the 13th sword to the 14th sword, I couldn't turn it well. Guru Lin Xian, can you help me take a look? After going through the selection process, he began to give pointers. The route was a little slow, and the timing was also not right. You can change your route 2 seconds in advance. After hearing this, the pretty girl gave it a try. Sure enough, he found that his speed and strength had increased. This is great. Guru Lin Xian, thank you. The girl was very excited. It was the same for the others. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They screamed crazily, seeking guidance. After about 2 hours, Lin Xian and the others left. Which martial artists liked it very much. Great God Lin Xian was so approachable. That's right. As one of the top 5 geniuses, he actually gave us pointers. The guru was too powerful. He could see through our problems at a glance. From now on, I will be a firm follower of Guru Lin Xian. These people were all influenced by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was powerful, protected the human race, and had a good personality. He was even willing to give them pointers. He was simply a perfect top genius. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and said, we can walk around Water Moon City. I remember that there are a few ancient stone workshops in Water Moon City. We can go and cut a few stones. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was interested. The followers behind him were also very excited. I heard that apart from being powerful, Guru Lin Xian is also an expert in spirit seeking. I remember that the people of the Mophead family were all defeated by Guru Lin Xian. These people were discussing animatedly. Finally, they could broaden their horizons again. Lin Xian walked forward. The Mystic Stones Pavilion was a very large ancient stone workshop. It had the support of the Great Xia dynasty and the 9 Li dynasty behind it. It could be said to be very famous. Seeing a group of people walking over, the elders in the Mystic Stones Pavilion also walked out. When they saw Lin Xian, they all bowed and greeted him. The two elders were very polite. Lin Xian nodded slightly and walked forward. His gaze swept across those strange stones. He pointed at a square stone and said, "How much is this?" This square stone was about 1/2 meter tall. It was covered in moss and looked very ordinary. However, Lin Xian hit the nail on the head. The others also discussed, wanting to see the secret behind it. Guru Lin has protected the human race and repelled the Dark Rebellion. We can't be more grateful. Why would we take your money? How about this, we'll give this stone to Guru Lin. That's not very good. Lin Xian shook his head. Elder Zhang said, "It's nothing. If it weren't for Guru Lin, we would have become slaves of the 10,000 ancient races by now. Giving you a stone is really not enough to express our gratitude. I hope Guru Lin doesn't mind." All right then. Seeing that the other party insisted, Lin Xian couldn't refuse anymore. He waved his hand, and the square stone came in front of him. He used his fingers like a knife, and his fingers were like lightning as he quickly cut it. Pieces of stone skin were torn off and fell down. When it was cut to the size of a football, the sky immediately flickered with light. There's really something. I told you, Lin Xian is so powerful. How could he be wrong? Previously, they saw that the stone was too ordinary and thought that Lin Xian had chosen the wrong one. However, now it seemed that Lin Xian had his reasons for choosing this stone. The guru was indeed a guru. More and more light filled the sky, and even the air became hot. Everyone activated their king's domains to protect themselves. What is this thing? It's too terrifying. Yeah, why do I feel like it's a flame? It's too hot. Even the expressions of the two elders changed. To be honest, they didn't pay much attention to the stone before. In their opinion, even if there was something in the stone, it wouldn't be anything good. However, at this moment, they realized that they were wrong. There was definitely a wondrous treasure inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to emit such light and aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and patiently cut the stone bit by bit. After the last cut, a roar sounded. A red flaming bird soared into the sky and bloomed with divine light. Then, it disappeared from the world. Is that a phoenix? No, it's not a phoenix. It's a vermilion bird, a terrifying divine beast. Could it be a vermilion bird inside? They were extremely surprised. Soon, they saw clearly that it wasn't a vermilion bird. Chapter 2900. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to cut out such a precious item from the stone. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. Vermilion bird stone. Not bad, not bad. I just happen to need this kind of fire attribute item. If he wanted to cultivate the 9 yang divine body, he would probably have to find a few kinds of strange flames in the world to refine it. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating the 9 yang divine body. This vermilion bird stone contained a kind of flame. Perhaps it could be refined into vermilion bird fire. It was indeed beneficial for him to cultivate the 9 yang divine body. Not only the 9 yang divine body, but the power inside could also improve the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, Lin Xian flipped his palm and accepted it without hesitation. However, after thinking about it, he raised his head and said to the two elders, "The third stone in the row in front, the round stone over there, and the stone with 9 holes under my feet. Be careful. There might be something incredible inside." What? Incredible? The two elders were shocked. Then, their faces were filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, All Master Lin." They were simply too excited. After all, they had already witnessed Lin Xian's capabilities. He could cut out the vermilion bird stone with a casual glance. The 3 stones that he reminded them of must be very precious. It was definitely not inferior to the vermilion bird stone. It seemed that they had done the right thing by giving Lin Xian a stone. Next, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. Instead, he left the Mystic Stone Pavilion and walked towards another place. Along the way, he encountered elixir shops and weapon shops. In short, everyone wanted to invite him over. Some people even gave him elixirs and weapons to thank him. After all, Lin Xian had saved the entire human race. Awesome, this feeling was just too awesome. The dark red divine dragon was also very excited. Because he followed Lin Xian, he was also treated very well. Lin Xian was very humble. This was because he was originally a member of the human race. Therefore, it was his duty to protect the human race. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who stopped the Darkness faction's chaos that day. His father Lin Zhan, Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, Life Saintess, and the Blue Sword Sage. All of them were involved. Even the saints of the great sages' sects had put in some effort. Therefore, he could not take all the credit for himself. However, he had indeed made a great contribution. The gratitude of the humans towards him made him feel very warm. Lin Xian glanced at Ruffian Dragon. Ruffian Dragon was extremely excited. What? Did it feel good to be respected by others? Do you want to have this feeling forever? Of course, he wanted to. But he probably wouldn't have the chance in the future. The 10,000 ancient races weren't fools. They definitely wouldn't allow another dark upheaval to occur in the near future. The dark red divine dragon asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian laughed. What do you mean by instigating a dark upheaval? You're a mystical dragon after all. The dragon blood flowing in your body isn't any weaker than that of a true dragon. I reckon that you can at least compete with that dragon crown prince. Should he kill the dragon prince? We will unify the dragons and then lead the dragons to unify the 10,000 ancient races. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such ambitions and ideas. Although I like it, it's definitely impossible. If we kill the dragon prince, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons would probably go crazy. At that time, they would probably carry extreme weapons and hunt us down all over the world. The dark red divine dragon didn't want to do such a foolish thing. I was just suggesting an idea, but there's actually something that you're afraid of. Lin Xian laughed. At the same time, he said doubtfully, I'm very curious. Logically speaking, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be the gathering place of all dragons, but you don't belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, you're not sealed. Then, where did you come from? What about the people of the mystical dragon bloodline? Don't tell me you're the only one left. Also, what's the relationship between the mystical dragon bloodline and the nest of 10,000 dragons? Haven't you thought about these? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon sighed. I don't know. I don't have any memories of this. The dark red divine dragon really didn't know. He also didn't know what relationship he had with the nest of 10,000 dragons. As for the mystical dragon bloodline, it seemed that he was the only one who knew. Lin Xian continued to ask. Then, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons and the mystical dragons, are there any other dragons? How did you guys split them? He wasn't very clear about the branches of the dragons. The dark red divine dragon said. There must be many, but most of them belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Maybe my mystical dragon bloodline used to belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. But I don't know why we came out. The dark red divine dragon wasn't too clear about this. Lin Xian said. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, we can still kill the dragon prince if there's a chance. His eyes shone brightly, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. However, Lin Xian didn't explain anything. He knew that he wanted to march towards the path of the great emperor, and the other party's dragon prince would definitely take this path too. Both sides would definitely have a fight in the future. Only one person could survive, so to him, killing the dragon crown prince was imperative. More importantly, the dark red divine dragon wasn't weaker than the dragon prince. The great dragon sword's soul in his body was also related to the dragon's. Moreover, it was rumored that the great dragon sword's soul was transformed from an ancestral dragon, and its level was probably much higher than the dragon prince. It might even be stronger than the dragon emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian's idea of attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons, or even the entire dragons, wasn't just wishful thinking. However, this matter would have to be done slowly. At least, with his current strength, it wasn't enough to fight against the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. While Lin Xian was strolling around Water Moon City, in another place. This was a clean land with fiery red mountain peaks densely packed together. There were many volcanoes erupting, and the magma was very terrifying. It could even turn an invincible king into ashes. This was the place where the Fire Qilin Cave existed. At this moment, the ancient kings and sages in the Fire Qilin Cave were extremely nervous. In front of them stood a young man in a flame robe. The young man had a handsome face and fair skin like a woman. Flames burned on his body. On his body, there was the mark of a fire Qilin that covered half of his body. He was very mighty and extraordinary. His identity was shocking because he was the son of the Qilin Emperor, the Qilin Crown Prince. His status and bloodline weren't any weaker than the Dragon Prince of the Dragons. Beside him, divine crystal fragments were scattered all over the ground. Obviously, this Qilin Crown Prince had just broken out of the seal of the divine crystal. Sure enough, countless ancient creatures knelt in front of him, greeting the Qilin Crown Prince. Get up. The Qilin Crown Prince was expressionless. The Qilin pattern on his body was swaying and shining. It was as if he had come to life. With a wave of his hand, all the ancient creatures were dragged up. Crown Prince, you have just recovered and are still very weak. We have already prepared the three-colored divine fire. You can recuperate inside. Could it be the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate and Heavenly Court? That was something from myths and legends. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, amidst the endless dragon aura, the Dragon Prince opened his eyes. His body was stronger than before. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. He was growing rapidly. At this moment, a hint of shock appeared in his golden eyes. Sky Flame City, it actually appeared. What? Sky Flame City appeared. The primeval sages were extremely shocked. They had heard that Sky Flame City was incomparably mysterious. Even their dragon emperor couldn't see through it. One could imagine how mysterious it was. There were many terrifying treasures inside, and it was said that Sky Flame City had an incomparably strange sky flame. This kind of flame was an incomparably mysterious energy. If one could refine it, it would definitely increase one's strength. One had to know that they had many fire dragons on their side. Even if they were useless, it was very good for tempering one's physique. Therefore, the primeval creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons were excited. Not only that, but the divine Phoenix Ridge was the same. A beautiful woman opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Beside her was a strange five-colored flame that formed a pair of wings that wrapped around her body. Only a hazy figure was left behind. She was the princess of the divine Phoenix Ridge, the daughter left behind by the immortal Phoenix. Sky Flame City, it was actually Sky Flame City. They must obtain the Sky Flame inside. Princess, don't worry, we will do our best to obtain it. In addition, the people in the Fire Chelan cave were even more excited. The ancient emperor's speculation was right. After their Chelan crown prince broke the seal, Sky Flame City descended. It seemed that that thing was destined to belong to them. In addition to the three royal families, the other primeval royal families and other primeval races were also extremely excited. As long as they could enter the legendary and mysterious Sky Flame City, they would definitely be able to obtain heaven-defying treasures. For a time, the 10,000 ancient races were ready to make a move. The humans were also in an uproar. The Yi family, Gu family, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also flipping through ancient books and asking the saints and elders in the group. Finally, they also learned. This was the legendary Sky Flame City. There might be a strange treasure inside. For a time, the humans were also excited. In Water Moon City, Lin Xian activated the array formation and transmitted his voice to Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. He was asking about this matter. Soon, he narrowed his eyes. From the array formation, he learned that this city was called Sky Flame City. It was an incomparably mysterious existence. Rumor had it that there was an incomparably terrifying sky flame inside. Its power was boundless. Sky Flame. Chapter 2902. The dark red divine dragon began to set up an array formation. The two of them tore through the void and teleported away from Water Moon City. They returned to Immortal Palace. At the same time, the sages of Fire Chelan Cave also began to work together to spread the news. After all, the ancient emperor had already deduced this matter, so they knew a little more. They first contacted the nest of 10,000 dragons in Divine Phoenix Ridge, and the three ancient royal families joined forces to advance together. Of course, this time, Fire Chelan Cave also contacted the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and other top sacred grounds of the human race. They joined forces with them. This scene surprised the Gu family and the Yi family. When did these 10,000 ancient races become so kind? Could it be that there was a trap? Who cares? They would make contact with the other party first. The Yi family, Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West discussed and decided to take a look. Not only these sacred grounds, but all the sacred grounds and sects were alarmed. Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, Middle Ground, and all the major factions came out together to explore. Immortal Palace was no exception. However, this matter was left to Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. Lin Xian decided to absorb the energy in the Vermilion Bird Stone first. After all, entering Heavenly Flame City would definitely be unavoidable. At that time, there would be a shocking battle. It was more important to increase his strength first. Moreover, he did not forget that he still had a battle with the top prodigy of the Silver Race in a month. Lin Xian currently had 35,000 Archean power in his normal state. If he fully unleashed his 9-yang divine body and Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could reach 40,000 Archean power. Lin Xian formed a hand seal and channeled the flames in the Vermilion Bird Stone, turning it into a Vermilion Bird Phantom that devoured him. As for him, he used the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body and began to cultivate. At the same time, a mysterious dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out of his body and stood in the void, absorbing the energy as well. After 10 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The fist-sized vermilion birdstone was dim and covered in cracks. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the vermilion birdstone turned into a useless rock with a bang and water fell to the ground. Lin Xian ignored him and opened his eyes. He felt his power and a smile appeared on his face. This was great. His power of the ancient era had increased by 1,000 strands. Even though it was only 1,000 units of arcane power, even the top geniuses would have to spend a lot of time and effort to increase their arcane power. He might even have to go into seclusion for a year, consume some heavenly treasures, or make a breakthrough in a top-notch divine ability. It could be said that this was not a simple matter. Now that Lin Xian had absorbed the vermilion birdstone, the power of his great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body had increased. In a mere 10 days, his power of the arcane era had increased by 1,000, and his strength had become tyrannical once again. What's going on outside? Lin Xian asked after coming out of seclusion. The Fire Qilin Cave has joined forces with the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the royal clan to join forces with the great sects of the sacred lands on our side to investigate Heaven Flame City. One of the elders quickly reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Explore the 10,000 ancient races together. Since when did the other party become so kind? Why did he not dare to think about it? There couldn't be a trap, right? The dark red divine dragon beside him also said that it was probably a trap to kill us. We were also very suspicious, but we still went forward. At present, it seemed that there were no traps. The elder quickly said. How long would it take to open? Lin Xian asked. Even if there was a trap, he had to go in and obtain the legendary Heaven Flame. It would take about a month or two. According to the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin Cave, the descent of Heaven Flame City was unstable, and they had to wait until it stabilized before they could enter. It seemed that the Fire Qilin Cave knew more. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge did not know as much as them. The elder also nodded. This news came from Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. Interesting. I want to see what this Fire Qilin Cave is up to. Lin Xian said. Continue to pay attention. When it opens, let me know. Yes. The elder nodded respectfully and then turned to leave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There were still more than 10 days before the battle with the guy from the Silver Clan. Peacock. He shouted coldly again. The void in front of him broke open, and a beautiful woman knelt on the ground with one knee. Palace Master. How was the investigation of Bai Qianshan? How was his strength? It had been investigated. He was a peerless genius of the Silver Clan. He was very powerful, and it was said that he was the 10th generation grandson. The power of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. 10th generation grandson. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. He had only been in seclusion for 10 days, and there was a new title. Peacock quickly explained that Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation grandson of the Silver Clan's old ancestor. In short, he was the 10th generation grandson. This old ancestor was an extremely terrifying existence in the Sage realm, so his 10th generation grandson had terrifying bloodline power. So that was it. Seeing that Peacock was hesitating, Lin Xian asked. Is there anything else? Say it. Peacock nodded and said quickly. It was like this. 3 days ago, Bai Qianshan came out of seclusion. He challenged an invincible king of the human race, who was a swordsman. He was called the Wild Swordsman King, and his strength was extremely terrifying. His Wild Swordsman King's Wild Swordsman King could destroy heaven and earth. He was also very famous among the invincible kings. However, he was easily defeated by Bai Qianshan. That battle could be said to be very tragic. The Wild Swordsman King was almost beaten up. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What was the strength of the Wild Swordsman King?" "About 30,000 Archean force." 30,000 Archean force was indeed quite impressive. However, what surprised him was that Bai Qianshan was able to beat up an invincible king with 30,000 Archean force. This meant that his strength was at least 33,000 Archean force. At least, it was higher. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "I hope he won't disappoint me." "Palace Master, there is one more thing." Peacock continued. Lin Xian was surprised. "What is it?" "Say it." "It's like this. Today, Bai Qianshan challenged an eminent monk of the Western Desert. It was said that this eminent monk was stronger than the Wild Swordsman King. According to calculations, his strength had reached 35,000 Archean force. 35,000 Archean force. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a piercing sword light bloomed in his eyes. Currently, in his normal state, he only had 36,000 Archean force. In other words, this eminent monk of the Western Desert was about the same as him in his normal state. Did he go to the Western Desert to fight? Can you use a formation to teleport the battle here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes, Palace Master. I'll send someone to prepare it. Peacock's figure flashed, and like a ghost, she disappeared into the void. Not long after, a light screen appeared above the starry hole. It was very large, and it covered the entire space. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked up at the sky. On the light screen, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and countless Buddhist lights were shining. There were also temples standing tall. Chapter 2903. There were countless people around. They should be the martial artists who had gone to the Western Desert to watch the battle. Of course, there were also many Archean creatures. The most eye-catching were two people. One of them was an old monk in a kasaya. His face was calm, and there was no sadness or joy. He wore a string of Buddhist beads around his neck and a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. He was slowly turning them. Opposite him was a tall young man. His body was covered in silver light, forming a monstrous armor that covered the sky. He looked like a god fiend. The aura emitted from his body seemed to be able to suppress the world. He should be Bai Qianshan, the 10th generation grandson of the primordial ancestor of the Silver Tribe. Old monk, I advise you to surrender obediently and admit defeat. If you do, I can spare your life. In front of him, the silver god of war, Bai Qianshan, said coldly. Around him, the void was rapidly collapsing. How dare you? Who do you think you are to ask our elder to surrender? That's right. My martial uncle is powerful. How can he lose to you? The old monk was an eminent monk of the Putua temple. At this moment, the monks of the Putua temple all shouted angrily. Amitba! Young benefactor, show us what you've got. The eminent monk, Pushun, also shouted in a deep voice. Old man, since you want to die, don't blame me. Bai Qianshan took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. Silver runes spun around him, forming 360 vortexes that crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Die! With a roar, a silver fist punched out. The 360 vortexes jumped together, and a terrifying and violent power surged forward. What a terrifying fist! What a terrifying power! The martial artists who were watching the battle trembled. In front of the starry hall, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This fist contained at least 30,000 arcane force. This Bai Qianshan was really impressive. A casual attack was so terrifying. He was not the only one. The other sacred grounds and sects were also watching through the array formation. When the older generation powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help but tremble. A casual punch could kill an ordinary invincible king. Bai Qianshan's strength had become stronger again. It was rumored that he was the 10th generation grandson. Was he already so terrifying? If he was the 2nd generation or the 1st generation grandson, how terrifying would he be? The talents and bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races are too heaven-defying. It's not easy for the human race to grow. These elders felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, the 10,000 ancient races had all gone into hibernation during the primordial era. Otherwise, the human race would probably still be their slaves. Facing this shocking punch, Pu Shan's eyelids twitched slightly. Although the other party was young, his strength was too terrifying. Wang! He roared angrily, and endless Buddhist light burst out from his eyes. A large hand reached out. Symbols flickered in the sky, forming a golden mountain that slammed forward. This scene also caused the human race cultivators to exclaim in surprise. This was because the power of the Buddha's palm was not the slightest bit weaker than the silver fist. However, the experts of the older generation sighed. This was because Pu Shan was an invincible king of the older generation who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Although this Bai Qianshan was also someone from the primordial era, he had been sealed in ice all this time. His true age was very young, probably not more than 100 years old. However, the two of them were actually evenly matched. This meant that their opponent's talent and bloodline far surpassed Pu Shan's. This was not something worthy of celebration. The golden palm and the silver fist collided in the sky, setting off a storm that filled the sky. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated, their faces filled with horror. This shocking battle was too powerful. Amitabha! Pu Shan chanted Buddhist scriptures again. The golden palm flashed as if it was going to seal the silver fist. Old man, you still want to seal me? Go to hell. Stars in the sky. Bai Qianshan let out a long roar. The silver light on his body was incomparably dazzling. It turned into one huge star after another in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power as it fell from the sky. It slammed into the golden palm and pierced through it. What? It broke. It broke the Buddha's palm. The martial artists were shocked, especially the monks. Their faces were filled with horror. The golden palm was incomparably powerful. It was impossible to break it. It was called the Buddha's hand. But now, it was broken into pieces by the other party. They could not believe it. Damn it! Has the other party become so strong? They felt a chill in their hearts. The powerhouses from the sacred grounds who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. That attack just now should be the other party's ultimate move. It was very powerful. It seemed that the other party had the right to be arrogant. Flower blooms. Pu Shan roared. Behind him, endless Buddhist light rolled and condensed into a Buddhist flower. The Buddhist flower was extremely pure, like an immortal flower from the immortal world. Open! With a roar, the golden flower slowly spread out. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that seemed to tear the whole world apart. The surrounding people's hearts beat wildly, and their faces changed drastically. Not good. Retreat quickly. This was a Buddhist grand magic. The martial artists and primordial creatures who were watching the battle fled madly. The surrounding void was quickly shattered. It could not withstand the power of the flower at all. Boom! Boom! In the sky, countless silver stars exploded with a loud bang. Bai Qianshan's pupils shrank. He did not expect the old monk to have such a grand magic. If the golden flower fully bloomed, it would pose a threat to his life. Get lost! In the next moment, he roared. Silver Spear Rage God! Go to hell! The vast silver stars turned into a silver domain. This was the other party's king domain. The silver domain spun rapidly and formed a silver spear. It was like the spear of a god descending from the sky. With one strike, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth cracked. A huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the void, and it was still spreading into the distance. This spear was too terrifying. Its target was the golden flower behind Pu Shan. The golden flower had a total of 6 petals. At this moment, 3 of them had already bloomed. The shocking power had already shocked everyone. Even Bai Qianshan had to treat it seriously. When the 4th petal bloomed, the silver spear finally collided with the golden flower. The 2 of them exploded with destructive energy. Not good. Pu Shan's pupils shrank. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. This spear was too terrifying. It actually shook his golden flower. The golden flower was condensed by his king domain, and it was a super grand magic of the Buddhist sect. When all 6 petals bloomed, it could definitely destroy everything. However, he had only bloomed the 4th flower. There were still 2 more. With a roar, he continued to use the Buddhist Dharma to make the 5th petal bloom. An even more terrifying power came from the golden flower, causing everyone to be terrified. Chapter 2904. The Fury God was slashing. In the next moment, countless silver runes flashed in his body, and an even more terrifying power burst out. Then, a silver shadow rose from his body. It was a few hundred feet tall. It turned into a silver giant. With a roar, it grabbed the long spear formed by the king's domain. Kill! An astonishing murderous aura burst out, and its power increased explosively. Not good, the power of the bloodline. This was the power of the bloodline of the 10th generation grandson. It was too terrifying. The surrounding human martial artists screamed crazily. The monks of Putua Temple also exclaimed, "Elder, be careful." The primordial being of the Argent clan revealed a sinister smile. It was useless. Once the power of the 10th generation grandson's bloodline was activated, no one could stop it. How could that old man possibly block such a powerful attack? Boom! Boom! The Fury God's roar was earth-shattering. The golden flower behind the Bodhisattva began to crack. Then, it exploded, turned into spiritual energy, and dissipated. Pu Shan kept retreating, vomiting blood. A few cracks also appeared on his body. It was very terrifying. Blood flowed down his cracks and dyed his body red. He was injured. Pu Shan was injured. Everyone was horrified. They did not expect that such a terrifying Buddhist monk would be injured. Could it be that Pu Shan was going to be defeated? Pu Shan also roared angrily. A golden will rushed out of his body and spun rapidly like a sun. However, Bai Qianshan laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha, old monk, you don't have a chance. From the moment you met me, you were destined to lose. Now, kneel in front of me and admit defeat." Following his words, the silver giant in the sky held the Fury God's spear in his hand and attacked again. The spear blasted the golden will away and pierced through Poo Shan's body. Poof! He was nailed to the ground. Clang! The golden will fell to the ground, and blood dyed the ground red. The Buddhist light in the sky disappeared. "No! Elder!" The monks of Putua Temple screamed crazily. They could not accept that their elder, an invincible king, had been defeated by the other party. Moreover, he was seriously injured. The other martial artists who were watching the battle were also shocked. Many of them were so frightened that they almost fainted. He was too powerful. Although the other party was from the younger generation, he had defeated many invincible kings. The experts of the Great Sage sect were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The archaic creatures sneered again and again. "With just this bit of strength, you want to compete with us? Humans, you're just lucky. If it weren't for the accident last time, this world would have long been ruled by us. Even if we coexist now, you are still no match for us. It won't be long before you'll have to crawl at our feet. Damn it, let's fight." Many monks of Putua Temple shouted angrily. 16 of them quickly rushed out. The Buddhist light in each of their hands transformed into a golden rod, forming an Arhat formation. "Since he dared to injure my elder, let's suppress him together." The young man in the lead was Putua Temple's holy son. He took the lead to set up the Arhat formation. Within the formation, an Arhat rose from the ground. It was also several hundred feet tall. The golden staff in his hand smashed towards the silver giant. With a boom, the silver giant's body emitted an earth-shattering sound, and the silver light dimmed. On the other side, Bai Qianshan looked ferocious. "Ignorant ants, you've completely angered me." Raging deity roar. With a roar, the silver spear turned into a silver dragon again and directly pierced through the Arhat. The spear fell, and the Arhat formation was shattered. The 16 Putua Temple geniuses vomited blood and were sent flying. Ants will always be ants. Do you think that with so many ants, you can shake a dragon? How laughable! Bai Qianshan snorted coldly, and the silver giant returned to his body. The spears that filled the sky also turned into a king's domain and were put away by him. "In this life, you will be trampled under my feet, and you won't be able to raise your heads. I won't kill you because the taste of defeat is worse than death." Bai Qianshan sneered, turned around, and stepped into the air. "Let's go and find the next opponent." When the archaic creatures heard this, they hurriedly followed. The last Archean creature turned his head and sneered at the human race ancient martial art practitioner who was in a daze. "Humans, get ready to crawl under our feet." Ha 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 ha. At this moment, everyone fell silent. He was too strong. Even a powerful monk like Pushan had been defeated. How many people could be a match for him? Most likely, only a peak-level genius like Leaf Dao Denier would be able to stand up to him. As for the older generation, perhaps only the most terrifying elders could subdue him. Damn it, the 10,000 archaic races were really sick. The Silver Clan was not a royal family, but a royal family. How could they produce such a terrifying figure? Many people gritted their teeth, unable to accept this. Some people sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. Bai Qianshan had a good life. After all, he had a powerful bloodline and was a 10th-generation grandchild. With such a bloodline inheritance, even if he did not cultivate it, he would probably be a peerless powerhouse in the future. Moreover, he was only a 10th-generation grandchild. Who knew how terrifying the first-generation grandchild would be? Don't say any more. I'm about to despair. Don't forget that there are still princes and princesses among the 3 royal families. Those are the descendants of the great emperors. Their bloodlines are even more terrifying. They will probably become saints as soon as they are born. These people shook their heads and sighed, their faces filled with despair. Facing the 10,000 archaic races, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Some people exclaimed, "If I remember correctly, Bai Qianshan will probably fight with Lin Xian in a few days." Now that you mention it, I really do remember. Back then, Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan's younger brother in a domineering manner. Bai Qianshan would definitely not let the matter rest. I wonder if Lin Xian will be able to contend against him. Definitely. He is our middle emperor, one of the top geniuses. He will definitely be able to contend against him. Not necessarily. Many people were pessimistic. Even Pushun's 35,000 archaic power couldn't defeat Bai Qianshan. They estimated that Bai Qianshan's archaic power should be 38,000 or higher. Lin Xian might not be able to contend against him. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to be defeated? These people's faces were filled with terror. If Lin Xian was defeated, the human race would probably not be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian was their hope now. He was given the title of Middle Emperor and was one of the top geniuses of the human race. Moreover, during the Darkness era, he had displayed unlimited combat strength and fused with his greater success divine body to suppress the chaos. To them, Lin Xian had become their pride. If Lin Xian was defeated, the impact they would receive would probably be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. I can't help but want to fight them. In the starry hall, the dark red divine dragon looked at the light screen and gritted its teeth. What are you so arrogant for? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Chapter 2905. In addition, his bloodline power was also very terrifying. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon was extremely powerful now. Seeing Lin Fan, he was very unhappy. Kid, do you have the confidence to defeat him? This guy is very strong. I wonder if he has any trump cards or tricks up his sleeve. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, whether he has any or not, he's not my opponent. I'm thinking, should I kill him directly or suppress him? Kid, you're really domineering. I like you like this. Why don't we go all out and get rid of him? His blood and flesh must be delicious. The dark red divine dragon drooled. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're a dragon, don't act like a Taotai. Let's go. It's about time for us to leave. Lin Xian was ready to leave. The dark red divine dragon howled excitedly. Great, there's a good show to watch. While Lin Xian was making his move, another piece of shocking news came from the Central Plains. A royal elder of the Tai dynasty was also defeated by Bai Qianshan. In an instant, Bai Qianshan's name swept across the entire true spirit world. Everyone was talking about him. Everyone was talking about how scary he was. What was his limit? At the same time, another battle. Everyone was looking at it with anticipation. Because soon, it was the battle between Bai Qianshan and Lin Xian. Lin Xian was one of the top geniuses of the human race. He was titled emperor and had quelled the dark world. It could be said that he had always been the most dazzling genius. Bai Qianshan, on the other hand, had only appeared a month ago. However, he had already challenged several terrifying invincible kings. Until now, he had not been defeated. It could be said that he was a new force to be reckoned with. He was in the limelight now. What kind of sparks would be created when the two of them collided? More importantly, Lin Xian was a genius of the human race, and Bai Qianshan was a genius of the ancient race. The two races already had a grudge against each other. Now that the geniuses of the two races were clashing, it ignited the emotions of both sides. The 10,000 ancient races were even more arrogant. Although the battle hadn't started yet, their taunts were already overwhelming. What Zhong Huang Lin Xian? He couldn't do it. That was because he had relied on his great success divine body to be able to strut around during the great darkness upheaval. Without his great success divine body, he was nothing. Don't think that you can show off just because you killed one of our Silver Tribe's geniuses in Water Moon City. He's still far from that. Our young master Bai Qianshan is the 10th generation descendant. His bloodline power is extremely powerful. It is not something that he can compare with. Your Central Emperor Lin Xian might be strong, but I estimate that his Archean power is only 33,000, at most 35,000. Just like Pu Shan, how could he be a match for our young master Bai Qianshan? Those ancient lifeforms were clamoring for supremacy. On the side of the human race, everyone was in a state of panic. Indeed, they did not know how strong Lin Xian was. Although Lin Xian had killed a few Archean paragons before, it was just as the other party had said. Lin Xian's Archean power was estimated to be between 33,000 to 35,000. Such a battle strength was already at the top of the younger generation in the human race. Even the invincible monarchs could not compare to him. But now, Lin Xian's opponent was the 10th generation descendant of the Silver Tribe. His opponent's battle strength was estimated to be around 38,000. There was a difference of 3,000 Archean power, but this difference was like heaven and earth. It was enough to make people despair. Not to mention 3,000 Archean power, the difference of 1,000 Archean power was huge. Therefore, the human race was very nervous. Among them, Murong Qingqing was very nervous. Master, do you think Big Brother Xian can win? She did not want Lin Xian to lose. The Queen Mother shook her head after hearing this. We don't know. We don't know how much Archean power Lin Xian has reached. However, if it was really 35,000 Archean power, it would be very difficult to win. Even with the Great Dragon Sword Soul and 9 Yang Divine Body, would it not be enough? Murong Qingqing could not believe it. Her face was pale. The Queen Mother sighed. The 9 Yang Divine Body and Great Dragon Sword Soul were treasures of heaven and earth, but they also needed the strength to use them. Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was already a top-notch genius. It was just that his opponent was too strong. The Queen Mother was not the only one who thought so. The Gu family, Yi family, Dao Yi Holy Ground, Tai Dynasty, Grand Xia Dynasty, and all the other sects had the same thought. Perhaps this time, Lin Xian might really be defeated. No way, how could he be defeated? Lin Xian of the Central Emperor had never been defeated since his debut. That was, Lin Xian's followers began to counterattack. Lin Xian would definitely not be defeated. Just wait, he would create another miracle. However, such voices were very few and were quickly drowned out. Everyone speculated that Lin Xian's peak combat power was 35,000. This was already the power of the 9 Yang Divine Body and Great Dragon Sword Soul. 35,000 was a number that even invincible kings would look up to. But now, it was not enough. Brother Yi, what do you think? Gu Santong came to the Yi family to meet with Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao took a deep breath. It's hard to say. If I were to go against Bai Qianshan, I would be able to win because my strength has undergone a drastic change recently. My holy body has also made a breakthrough. But I wonder what level Brother Lin has reached in his cultivation right now. No way. Gu Santong looked serious. Yi Wudao said. However, he still had some confidence in Brother Lin. Don't forget, he can create miracles every time. Also, did you know that my target is not by Qian Shan, nor the other primordial geniuses? It's Brother Lin. I feel that only he can be my opponent. Such a person should not be defeated so easily. Hearing Yi Wudao's words, Gu Santong's expression eased a little. Why don't we ask Brother Lin if he is confident? They did not want to guess anymore. Forget it, don't pressure him. Yi Wudao shook his head. Let's watch the battle in 2 days. Alright then. Gu Santong could only sigh. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu crossed the void and came to the Jade Lake sacred ground to meet up with Murong Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, will Brother Xian win? Why don't we go and cheer him on? Xiao, I think Brother Xian needs peace at this time. Let's not go. All he had to do was support him silently. As for the other holy sons, holy daughters, the older generation experts, and all the human clan martial artists, they were all in a state of panic. Many people said, why don't we not watch this battle? Yes, it was too heart-wrenching. One of the most dazzling geniuses of the human race had lost. They could not bear the consequences. Many chose not to watch because they could not bear it. The only calm place was the immortal palace. This was because Lin Xian did not show any signs of fear. In fact, he even revealed a cold smile. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the other party. You're by Qianshan. You're quite arrogant. Boy, you actually dared to come. This is really beyond my expectations. However, whether you come or not, the result will be the same. You will definitely lose. Chapter 2907. Now, I'll give you a choice to live. Kneel in front of me obediently and become my slave. If I'm in a good mood, I can teach you 1 or 2 divine abilities. If you dare to resist me, you'll end up very miserably. Perhaps I'll kill you on the spot. Bai Qianshan said arrogantly. You're really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you can show off in front of me just because you've defeated some invincible kings and sky prides? To be honest, you're not qualified. When I fought with your Silver Clan sage, you probably weren't there yet. What Lin Xian was referring to was naturally the dark upheaval a year ago. Hearing this, Bai Qianshan's face darkened. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. You don't have a phenomenal success divine body now. Also, how dare you kill my brother? I won't forget this grudge. The outcome of fighting with me is death. You'd better think carefully. It's not easy for you to grow to where you are now. It's a pity for a sky pride like you to fall. You'd better obediently become my slave. How about this? You serve me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll set you free. How about that? As soon as he said that, all the human martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they became infuriated. Let the top sky pride of the human race become his slave. What a joke. I'd rather die than agree to that. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Lin Xian, beat him up. You must slap his face. The human race's followers roared crazily. The archaic sky bridges sneered. They had already estimated that Lin Xian's strongest combat power was only 35,000. Their young master, Bai Qianshan, had 38,000. There was a difference of 3,000 archaic power between the two sides. It was impossible for Bai Qianshan to win. In response to such arrogant words, Lin Xian only stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of everyone. Everyone was puzzled. What does he mean? Is Lin Xian going to swear? It seems that this kid has really admitted defeat. The archaic creatures also sneered. On the other side, Bai Qianshan also smiled coldly. That's right. Swear in front of me that you'll chase me forever. I'll grant you your wish, but you have to sign the immemorial master and servant treaty for me. Lin Xian shook his head. I think you're mistaken. I said 3 moves. I can kill you in 3 moves. What? It wasn't an oath, but 3 moves. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human martial artists felt their hearts beating wildly. The ancient life forms were even more stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. What a joke! How terrifying was Bai Qianshan! Those old invincible kings had all been defeated at his feet. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he could defeat his opponent in 3 moves. This was simply a fantasy. Bai Qianshan's face darkened. It was terrifyingly gloomy. He was so angry that he was trembling. The other party actually dared to be so arrogant, saying that he could kill him in 3 moves. What a joke! Not to mention 3 moves, even if he exchanged 30,000 moves, his opponent wouldn't be able to defeat him. Brat, you will pay for your words and actions. Bai Qianshan was thoroughly enraged. The aura on his body exploded. Rays of silver light, like a silver dragon, completely enveloped him. Stars in the sky. Under the attack, the sky was torn apart. Countless rays of silver light turned into huge stars and fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone's body trembled. It's here. This was a killing move. Yes, when he was fighting with eminent monk Xiemo, he had used this killing move. It was really terrifying. Would Lin Xian be able to resist it? Everyone was horrified. They did not expect that Bai Qianshan would use such a terrifying killing move right from the start. Lin Xian also made his move. He stretched out his hand, covering the sky and the sun. The 9 suns' divine palm blasted forward. Seeing this, the crowd screamed again because the 9 suns' divine palm was extremely golden. It was very similar to Pu Shan's Buddha's palm. This scene was like a reenactment of the previous battle. Why do I feel like it's similar to the battle with Pu Shan? Yes, could it be that Lin Xian will be defeated like Pu Shan? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xian's 9 suns' divine body is extremely powerful. He will not be defeated. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Those ancient life forms sneered coldly. Golden palm. It's really familiar. It seems like he won't be able to escape death. In the sky, Bai Qianshan snorted disdainfully. The light on his body bloomed again. Millions of stars rolled down, completely piercing through the void. Soon, the two collided. An earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart. Endless energy exploded, covering the entire space. Boom! 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 The ground sank and the mountains collapsed. Other than West Mountain, which was an incomparably huge mountain, it was intact. The surrounding mountains were all torn apart. The onlookers frantically ran away. Ha ha ha! Brat, I admit that you are very powerful. You are considered the top of the younger generation of the human race. But it's a pity that you met me. How can a human ant like you know the strength of the 10,000 Archean tribes? Bai Qianshan looked down from above. Boom! In the sky, the silver light was torn apart, and the golden uncle appeared again. Golden light shone on his body, and he was not injured at all. Then, he grabbed at Bai Qianshan from all directions. Bai Qianshan's sinister laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it! How could this be? The smile on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of shock. Impossible! His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky. He flashed quickly, trying to dodge the attack. However, this move was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a fiend god, firmly locking him in place. Damn it! Get out of here! Bai Qianshan was furious. He punched out with his silver fist, which also covered the sky and shook the sky. It collided with the golden palm. In the next moment, the void was torn apart again, and Bai Qianshan's body flew backward. Bang! 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 Bai Qianshan smashed more than a dozen mountains in a row before he stopped. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe it, especially the Archean creatures. Their bodies were cold, and their eyes were filled with fear. Their peerless genius, the 10th generation son Bai Qianshan, was sent flying. How was this possible? The human martial artists were also dumbfounded. This was not what they had expected at all. Lin Xian was really strong. Ha 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 ha. I told you that our god Lin Xian would never be defeated. Just wait and see. He will definitely defeat his opponent. Many people's blood gradually boiled in their hearts. Some of the powerhouses and elders of the sacred grounds also exclaimed. Chapter 2908. You're courting death, you brat. I'm going to kill you. Bai Qianshan charged out from the rubble. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and killing intent surged from his body. His eyes were blood red, and his handsome face was ferocious. He was pushed back. He was actually sent flying by an ant in his eyes. He couldn't stand it. He had to wash away the humiliation with his opponent's blood. Silver Spear Raging God. With a cold shout, the king's domain rushed out and turned into a silver spear in the sky. Spiritual energy from all directions quickly gathered. The void couldn't withstand it, and black holes appeared one after another. This scene shocked the crowd once again. They had seen the power of the silver spear with their own eyes. It was incomparably terrifying. It was the same spear that had pierced through the invincible western desert monk Pu Shan. Die! With a furious roar, the silver spear in the sky suddenly stabbed down. Its aura was like a dragon, swallowing the entire void. It charged at Lin Xian crazily. This attack was enough to kill an invincible king. Dodge! On the human side, many people exclaimed. They felt that even if Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body, he wouldn't be able to contend with this spear. That was because this spear was simply too terrifying. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous. Yi Wudao's face was also solemn. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He looked at the spear descending from the sky and raised his head, a biting cold light in his eyes. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body. Countless sword chi intertwined and quickly condensed behind him, forming a golden flower. What? That's... The martial artists on the human side were stunned. The ancient lifeform side also stared with wide eyes. The monks of the western desert shrieked. The flower blooms. Damn it, how did he know this divine ability? The flower blooms was a western desert Buddhist divine ability. These people were familiar with it because a few days ago, Pu Shan had used it once. But now, Lin Xian was using it again. They couldn't believe it. With the great dragon sword soul, he could imitate everything. The older generation experts shrieked, and the others were filled with envy. That's right, how could they forget that Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul? Because of this, he was hunted down by countless people. Flowers blooming for a lifetime. In the sky, Bai Qianshan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kid, you really are an idiot. It's a pity that the great dragon sword soul is in your hands. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will extract the great dragon sword soul from your body. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This was because if Lin Xian used any other sacred art, he would still be afraid. However, although the simulated blooming flower mystique was powerful, he had destroyed it once not too long ago. Now, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy it a second time. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the silver divine spear descended rapidly, wanting to pierce through everything. Pang! Boundless energy exploded, and terrifying silver light surged, completely engulfing Lin Xian. The space in all directions was constantly shattering. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Bai Qianshan looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha, kid, go to hell. Those Archean creatures were also ferocious. However, soon, in the endless light, a golden light tore through the void, revealing the scene in front of them. What? Bai Qianshan was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Xian was surrounded by the golden flower cage, but he was unharmed. His face was still calm, but the battle intent in his eyes was getting stronger. He's unharmed. Damn it, how is this possible? That was his ultimate sacred art. Even the powerful Pu Shan couldn't block it, so how could this young man in front of them block it? The second move. Lin Xian opened his mouth, and his voice resounded in all directions. What? Everyone's body stiffened, and their eyes were filled with shock. The second move. Heavens, does this kid really want to kill his opponent in 3 moves? But, how is that possible? Now that 2 moves had passed, there was only 1 left. Could Lin Xian defeat his opponent in 1 move? They didn't dare to believe it. Damn it! Bai Qianshan was so angry that he vomited blood. How could his opponent dare to say that he could defeat him in 3 moves? Kid, let's see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. Bai Qianshan roared, and the bloodline power in his body bloomed. A silver giant rushed out. Raging deity roar. The silver giant stood tall and grabbed the silver spear, and a terrifying aura burst out. Kill! With a roar, the silver spear stabbed forward like a dragon. This time, the attack was much more ferocious than the previous one. So much so that everyone's expression changed. The invincible kings began to tremble. Brother Xian. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing's faces were even paler. Yi Wudao's expression was solemn. His body emitted light, and the world was frozen. To be honest, this spear also posed a great threat to him. He didn't know if Brother Lin could withstand it. Dodge, dodge quickly. Those who were following him roared crazily. They knew that they couldn't take it head-on. It was this move that directly pierced through the invincible monk of the western desert and nailed him to the ground. However, to their shock, Lin Xian still didn't dodge. Looking at the third move, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Open! With a light chuckle, the golden flower behind him slowly opened. 6 petals bloomed at the same time. A terrifyingly sharp aura filled the air. The entire void trembled. Everyone was terrified. The weak ones prostrated on the ground, and the strong ones were shocked. Many invincible kings' bodies cracked, and blood gushed out. The ancient creatures screamed crazily and knelt on the ground, trembling. Damn it, what is this aura? It's too terrifying. What appeared in the golden flower? They didn't know. At that time, the 6 petals of the Bodhisattva had not fully opened, so they didn't know what was inside the petals. However, Lin Xian's golden flower was not a Buddhist skill at all. It was evolved from the dragon sword spirit. Who knew what would happen after the 6 petals bloomed? However, they could imagine that it was an extremely terrifying killing move. Even the invincible kings couldn't withstand the aura alone. In the sky, Bai Qianshan's expression changed drastically. He sensed a strong sense of death. Damn it, this is impossible. Destroy! He roared, and the power of his bloodline erupted again. He had to seize the opportunity and not let the other party's 6 petals fully open. The silver spear and the silver giant, which had dimmed because of the 6 petals, burst out with dazzling light again, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The spear was like a dragon, and its power skyrocketed. It was over. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his arm, and the 6 golden petals fully opened. Amidst the petals, a golden longsword appeared. As he waved his arm, it shot into the sky. Buzz! Chapter 2909. The void was instantly split in half. The silver spear collided with the golden sword, producing a clanging sound. However, it did not put up any resistance at all. It was torn apart. Whoosh! Poof! The silver giant's huge head was also pierced through. It let out an unwilling roar and dissipated into spiritual energy. No! Damn it! How is this possible? Bai Qianshan screamed crazily. His face was full of shock. His ultimate move, the divine power activated by his bloodline power, was broken by his opponent's sword. He could not believe it at all. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the golden sword light was quickly charging toward him and enveloping him in an instant. Damn it! Block it! Bai Qianshan roared. Although the situation was critical, he was still the 10th generation descendant. His strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. How could he not have a backup plan? In an instant, a shield appeared between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out a silver river that filled the sky in front of him. The armor shone brightly, and in an instant, 3 layers of powerful defense enveloped him. Bai Qianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Great! Now, even if several invincible kings attacked together, they would not be able to break through his defense. Kid, let's see, poof. Before he could finish his words, a golden sword light directly cut his body in half. The shield, the silver river, and the armor were all useless. Under the sword, everything was turned into ashes. Silver blood splattered all over the sky, and the 2 halves of the corpse fell from the sky. The miserable sound made everyone's scalp tingle. What? He was cut open? These people had gone crazy. The human martial artists exclaimed, and the Archean creatures fainted. Bai Qianshan was cut in half by a sword. How is this possible? At this moment, the elders and even the sect leader who were watching through the array twitched their eyelids. They knew Bai Qianshan's strength. With 38,000 arcane power, no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Those older invincible kings did not dare to fight with him rashly. He could be said to be a young demon king who could sweep through everything. But now, he was cut in half by a sword. This scene was too terrifying. "Ah! Damn kid, I'm going to kill you!" Bai Qianshan roared. His body quickly soared into the sky, wanting to heal. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. He didn't die, he was just injured. Indeed, it was very difficult to kill such a powerful genius like Bai Qianshan. It was likely that Bai Qianshan-san would not let his guard down, and he would not go around Lin Xian. The ancient creatures screamed again. "Young master, are you all right? Kill him. Young master, you must kill him." They screamed like crazy. Bai Qianshan used his great magic power to heal his body. Lin Xian raised his head and let out a cold harumph. Instantly, his body, which was just about to heal, split open once again. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared in front of him like a shooting star. He stepped out and stomped the other party onto the ground. A sword appeared at his fingertips, and the light was pressed against the other party's forehead. Bai Qianshan's body stiffened, and even his soul began to tremble. He realized that his opponent's sword chi could not only threaten his body. It could even threaten his soul. "Damned brat, what do you want?" The surrounding ancient lifeforms screamed crazily and rushed forward. However, they were all sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. The huge palm covered the sky and the earth, sending dozens of ancient creatures flying. "Kid, I'm warning you. This is the peerless genius of the Silver Clan. The 10th generation descendant. If you dare to touch him, you're dead." In addition to the ancient creatures, there were many other ancient geniuses who were watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they let out a cold harumph. "One more word and you'll die." Lin Xian did not pay any attention to these people. With his back facing them, he said something. His voice was like thunder, forming a golden cloud above the ancient geniuses. A terrifying sword shadow appeared. Seeing this scene, the ancient geniuses' eyelids twitched, and they quickly shut their mouths. It was too terrifying. They felt that their lives were in danger. They snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, there was a sneer in their eyes. If Bai Qianshan really dared to make a move, he would be dead. Sure enough, Bai Qianshan was fearless. "Kid, kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if the Silver Clan will let you go." "Kill you?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "You're thinking too much. I remember you once said that death is more painful than death. Failure is worse than death, so don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you live forever, forever remember the scene of your failure today. From today onwards you'll be my defeated opponent for the rest of your life." Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Bai Qianshan's heart. Bai Qianshan roared at the sky and screamed crazily. "Damn kid, I'm not convinced. Let me go if you dare. Let's fight another 300 rounds. 300 rounds. You can't even block one of my attacks. What are you not convinced about?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Today, I'll make you kneel at my feet." As he said that, he waved his hand and grabbed Bai Qianshan's head. "How dare you!" Bai Qianshan went crazy. If he really knelt at Lin Xian's feet, he would not be able to live anymore. "Die!" He roared angrily and tried to break free from the golden palm. However, endless dragon-shaped sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's palm. It completely sealed his body. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't break free. Bai Qianshan's face was ferocious. Bloodline power, burn. Right now, he was willing to pay any price to break free. However, the power of his bloodline was of no use. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything he had. He could not resist at all. He was pressed to the ground by the golden palm and kowtowed 10 times. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Oh God, the terrifying Archean prodigy, the 10th generation grandchild, is kowtowing to Lin Xian. This made them feel dizzy. The Archean creatures screamed, especially the Archean creatures from the Silver Clan. They rushed over as if they had gone mad. Damn it, let go of our young master. They had all gone crazy. Bai Qianshan's status was extremely noble. He represented the Silver Clan in the outside world. Now that Bai Qianshan was kowtowing to Lin Xian, did that not mean that the Silver Clan was kowtowing to him? The other party was a human. Why would the Silver Clan kowtow to a human? Therefore, these people did not care about anything else and rushed over madly. Streaks of silver light danced in the air. Flying swords, sabers, galaxies, and meteorites filled the sky. These Archean creatures activated their divine abilities and rushed toward Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. However, Lin Xian destroyed all of them with a punch. Dozens of Archean creatures turned into blood, dyeing the ground red. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Yuxuan's voice was sonorous. He was like a demon god standing on the ground. At this moment, everyone was trembling. The Archean creatures were even trembling. He was too powerful. Killing them was no different from killing ants. Lin Xian said in a clear voice as he looked around disdainfully after shocking everyone with a single punch. Everyone has seen what happened today. I defeated Bai Qianshan in 3 moves. From now on, he won't be able to be arrogant in front of us humans. At the same time, I want to tell everyone that the 10,000 Archean tribes are not scary, and Archean prodigies are nothing. Although we humans don't have a particularly powerful bloodline, we have an invincible heart. We have the belief to reach the peak of martial arts. All of this is our most precious treasure. Without an invincible heart and the belief to win, what's the point of having a noble bloodline? Lin Xian's words were like a raging fire that ignited the hearts of the surrounding warriors. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.